Good evening. Thanks. Hello. There's still about 100 people out in the hallway trying to check in. So what I'd like to do is start the meeting, and we'll try to get through some of the first articles, which will, but I believe are non-controversial. I guess we'll see. But just to kind of get things going, we have a super busy night, as we all know. So I think the sooner we get started, the better. And it is already 6:20. So with that, I'm going to formally call the meeting to order. I've determined that a quorum is present. I've examined the return of the warrant and find it in order. At this time, for those that are comfortable and able, I'd ask you to stand and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At check-in, everybody should have grabbed or received the town meeting package. It's very helpful during the evening to be able to reference it. Just to kind of remind everyone, the bylaws are in the front. Those are the rules that we are obligated to follow. There's also a book called Town Meeting Time, which I, as the moderator, am obligated to kind of enforce the rules. They're a bit technical and wonky sometimes, so if there's questions as to things I'm saying or doing, you would just raise your hand and say point of order, and I'm happy to kind of explain what's going on to the best of my ability. So, in terms of the handout, you'll see that there are the various articles. So the articles are designed for the select board and other individuals to kind of put everyone on notice as to what we're going to be discussing this evening. And then there's actual motions that are made based on the articles. And so the motions are what you're voting on, not the articles. A lot of times they're the same, sometimes they're a little different. But you always want to pay attention to the motion because they can vary a little. So in terms of what will happen, a motion will be made, it will be seconded. I will then turn to the person who made the motion and ask them to kind of briefly explain what their motion is about. After that, there'll be a chance for people to ask questions, voice their opinions. And the way we're going to do that is there's microphones in the middle. I'm assuming there's a microphone if there's some mobility issues, or you could just raise your hand and someone will get a mic to you. When you do come to the mic and you're recognized, if you can just state your full name and your street. You don't have to state your specific address, but just what street you're on. After that, we'll take a vote, and we will go from there. Our bylaws say that we take a vote by hand count, which is you raising your green ballots that you received. Obviously, the last few years, there have been some close votes. Also, there have been votes that we've needed to move to ballot. So we'll kind of have to talk about those as things happen. Tonight, we are going to use a couple of tellers, which we just decided a moment ago. So I'll have two individuals from the town helping me count. So we'll kind of talk about how that's going to work when we have close votes. Again, if we're taking a vote and you're unclear on what we're voting on, just reach out by standing up and saying point of order, and I can go over what we're voting on at that time. You do have the right to make amendments to the motions. If you're going to do that, those need to be in writing. So if somebody makes a motion and you want to change a dollar figure, for example, or some of the language, you would need to make a motion to amend. That would have to be in writing. And then all of us would need to vote on that to see if the amendment is going to carry. And then we'd go back to the original motion as amended if the amendment was successful. So, as we all know, we have a very, I'm going to throw another very lengthy number of articles to get through this evening. So it's super important that anyone who wishes to speak does so, but at the same time, that you're really concise and respectful about getting what you have to say out there quickly and efficiently. And I do ask you to question yourself if there is a point that you've heard made before and yours is similar on whether the body benefits from someone else speaking, but that's ultimately up to you as long as it's within the time frame. Again, a bit wonky, but any type of dialogue needs to come back to me. So there's not a dialogue going with the Select Board or the Finance Committee. If you have a question or a comment, it's coming back to the moderator. If we need to engage them, we'll turn to them at that point. But it just keeps kind of the cross-flow from occurring. In keeping with Deerfield Town Meeting tradition, I know this is a tough one, but quite frankly, it's pretty important to me. If you can keep applause to a minimum, it's really not beneficial. It's honestly actually quite alienating at some points. There's some contentious votes. Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to lose. Let the vote, let democracy take its course. But the applause at that point can just kind of alienate people, and it's really not what we're all about. So with all of that, I do want to first thank everybody. You would never imagine what goes into making this town meeting happen. So there are committees, town council, the select board, the finance committee, the individual personnel committees, all the committees and individuals, Cassie, our town clerk, the town accountant, and their staffs are all working to get us where we are tonight. So I do want to thank the head table. I'm going to start on the far end. If you can just say your name and your role.
Sure. This is on or not? Yeah, Christopher Dunn, Town Administrator for the Town of Deerfield.
Blake Gilmore, Board of Selectmen.
Tim Hilchey, Select Board.
Trevor McDaniel, Select Board Chair.
Dan Graves, Town Moderator.
Lisa Mead, Town Council.
Holly Drake, Town Accountant.
Julie Chalfont, Finance Committee.
Mark Brennan, Finance Committee.
Margaret Nardowitz, Finance Committee.
John Pereski, Finance Committee.
Jim Cambias, Finance Committee.
Beth Brown, Finance Committee.
Cassie Sanderell, Town Clerk.
With that, I'm going to make a couple of my own motions. I move that the reading of all articles be waived and that prior to the reading of a motion under the article, the moderator briefly may summarize the content of the article be considered, and further that unless objection is raised, the reading of detailed motions be waived where the articles as printed can, in the opinion of the moderator, be incorporated by reference in any motion presented.
Second.
This is just, again, an opportunity to try to make things a little quicker, so if the motions are clear from what is presented to you, we won't go through the entire article. We'll just rely on the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. I move that the following people be allowed to address the audience during town meeting: Attorney Lisa Mead, Town Council; Holly Drake, Town Accountant; Christopher Dunn, Town Administrator; Shelley Pareda, Director of Business Administration, Frontier Regional; Tina Gemme, Principal, Deerfield Elementary School; Richard Martin, Superintendent, Franklin County Tech School; Elizabeth Bouchard, Business Manager, Franklin County Technical School; and Olivia Leone.
Second.
By our bylaws, only residents of Deerfield are allowed to speak at town meeting. So these are individuals who have information that may or may not come into play this evening that you may benefit from hearing. So if there are particular articles, by this vote, we're allowed to call on them, even though they're not residents, to speak and explain points to you. So any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. I move that there be no call of the question on any particular article until the moderator feels sufficient debate has occurred, and further that any speaker limit their time on any one motion to speaking no more than 3 minutes at any one time.
Second.
This is a procedural motion to allow us to have some debate on any article that comes up. So a call of the question is where somebody feels there's been sufficient debate, they stand up in the audience and make a call of the question. And if that is successful, which requires a 2/3 vote, there's no more debate. Nobody can speak. Technically, the proponent has 7 more minutes to speak. But it can occur too soon, and sometimes it occurs a little too late. But you do want to get some sufficient debate in so you can kind of hear different opinions before you take a vote. Also, the 3-minute rule, there is a lot on tonight. Everybody has, there's a lot of opinions to be shared. So we do want to keep our comments as kind of tight as possible, and we're going to try to enforce that 3-minute rule. So if we're all comfortable with that, all those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries by 2/3. Okay. For the last few years, we've been using a consent agenda for the first couple of articles, and what that lets us do is kind of crunch several, what used to be several articles into one. And so the way we do that is the proponent will list off several A, B, C, D, E, F. If there is any of those letters, as you hear them, that you want to come back to and discuss, we'll just put a hold on that and come back to that issue and discuss it, and then take one vote on all of them. So with that, Mr. McDaniel, Article 1.
I move the town approve Article 1 on the following matters: A, B, C, D, E, F, and G as set forth in the warrant.
Mr. McDaniel?
So this is, again, this article combines several annual requests into one article to expedite the business of this town meeting, which is probably appreciated for the first one.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Article 1 passes. Article 2, same process. Mr. Gilmore.
I move the town transfer from free cash the following items, A, B, and C, as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Mr. Gilmore, any comment on that?
Okay, so the sum of $100,000 for the reserve fund of the town in accordance with General Law, Chapter 40, Section 6, and that's the fiscal year beginning July 2026. The OPEB liability trust appropriation, that is a pension trust that we put in this money into, and then out-of-district placement for the vocational education, that's, I believe, is Smith Vocational School for $90,000.
Any questions or comment? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 3, Mr. Hilty.
I move that the town approve the maximum spending amounts for the revolving funds established in the Deerfield General Bylaws, Chapter 20, Section 20-3, Departmental Revolving Funds pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Mr. Hilty.
So this is an annual vote to set the maximum spending for these revolving funds, which are recycling, parks and recreation, and planning.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 4, Mr. McDaniel.
I move that the town transfer the sum of $110,000 from free cash and $20,000 from vocational education to fund the fiscal year 2026 shortfall related to snow and ice removal expenses.
Mr. McDaniel.
So snow and ice removal expenses exceeded this year's budget by $130,000. Deerfield sent fewer than 2 full-time students to Smith Voc, freeing up $20,000, and the rest of the gap would be covered by free cash.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion as presented? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 5 is the budget, so hopefully we have pretty much everybody checked in. Some of you that have been here before may recall what we do with the budget, it's a bit lengthy, is we're going to make a motion and then we're going to read every single line item in the budget. And when I read those, if there's something you'd like to come back to, this is the one time you don't need to come to the mic. You'll just yell out, "Hold," and we'll put that matter aside for a sec. We'll go through the rest of what I read, and then we'll go back to the holds, and there can be debate or discussion on those or questions. So with that, Mr. Gilmore, please.
I move the moderator read the amounts requested to be appropriated under this article as referenced in the Finance Committee report, and unless objection is made, each item requested therein shall be tentatively accepted as appropriated for its stated purpose. If an objection is made to any recommendation, such appropriation shall be taken separately, and the amount thereof and the manner of taking the same shall be determined by vote of the meeting and tentatively accepted. One vote shall be taken appropriately, appropriating each amount so accepted as a single appropriation, not to be exceeded. What's that? this year?
So we're going to be reading the, bear with me one sec. So we're going to be reading the middle, yes, yeah. Before we start, we're going to hear from the Finance Committee, but when we get to the guide, we're going to be going through the middle column, so. And the Finance Committee is going to take a moment and just do a 6-minute presentation on the budget before we get into that. So with that.
You can time me, I practice. Oh, this is nice. Hello? Hello? Oh, there it goes. All right, you can time me, I practiced. If you shift to the end of your booklet, page 37, there's a set of slides there. I'm going to give you a whirlwind tour of the budget. Starting with the first slide, revenues, you'll look at the first line, property taxes increased by 2.3%. This is the lowest it's been in 10 years. It's the first time it's been under 3.5% in 10 years. Last year was 6.25% essentially. The reason it's 2.3% instead of 2.5 is that the interest on the loans that we have for the library, et cetera, decreased in the past years. There was actually decreased in the interest that we're paying. You also will notice on the capital stabilization line that we have used this capital stabilization fund in order to fund all of our capital projects this year. Down at the bottom of that page, you can see revenue sources for omnibus budget and EMS. These are what I consider our recurring expenses, and you can see how much free cash that we have used for omnibus budget and EMS over the years. On the right-hand side of that, you can see how the total free cash that we have used for our operating budget has increased significantly in the past 3 years. This is what has generated the request for an override for EMS. Next page. Overrides at the top there, as I said, our total property tax with no overrides is a 2.3% increase. If the South County Senior Center override passes, it's 2.9. SCEM's override passes, it's 4.9. If both of them passes, that's a 5.5% increase in your taxes. These are permanent overrides. They will be in your taxes forever. They will get increased by 2.5% every year going forward. It's a simple majority vote at town meeting tonight, and then a simple majority vote at the ballot next week would cause them to pass. So that's the income side of it, the revenue side of it. The expenses side of it, at the bottom there, you can see the division by category. On the next page, there's two very important notes that I want to get out there. One is the library budget was rearranged. When you look at the library line item in the budget in front of you, it looks like a decrease. That's because we took the building expenses for the library, the utilities, the electric bill basically, and the building maintenance, and put them into a building maintenance line item, which is in the general government category. The reason we did this is because that allows us to decrease the amount of money that we spend on materials. The state library requires us to spend a certain percentage on materials. By shifting this out of that budget line item, we saved ourselves over $9,000 in the library budget. So the total library cost increase is $35,000 or 14.4%. What you see in your guide is actually a decrease because we shifted that money out. Similarly, if you look at the police cruiser line item, we buy one police cruiser every year. It has been in our omnibus budget for years. This year, we shifted that to a capital expense because we were not comfortable bringing free cash low enough to pay for this out of free cash. By shifting it to a capital expense, we are asking you to spend capital stabilization funds to buy that cruiser this year. Everybody's with me? Yes. At the bottom of the page there, expenses by category. If I put the police cruiser back in the police budget, if I put the library utilities back in the library budget, that's the increase that you see on that slide by category. It's more like an apples-to-apples comparison to last year if you look at it. Next page. The major recurring expenses, these are expenses greater than $10,000 in your budget. And I'm just going to start at the top and work down. It doesn't matter what percentage, just anything greater than 10,000. Deerfield Elementary was 209,000 increase. That's a 3.8% increase. Most of it was dictated by the contract with for the teachers' required increases in the staff salaries. We also had a couple of special needs kids come in who have very severe special needs, and that caused the special ed budget to increase quite a bit. The school managed to keep this down to a 3.8% increase by reducing positions. So there are actually people in Deerfield Elementary whose positions are being terminated, and they are unfortunately losing their job in order to keep this budget down to the point that it is. Next line item, South County EMS is a $103,000 increase. There's a typo here. I apologize. That's my bad. It's 25% increase, not 15. The budget itself actually increased 4.9%. The Deerfield assessment increased because we normally offset that assessment with retained earnings, which is the SCEMS version of free cash. But you probably remember Fall Town Meeting. I'm sure you remember Fall Town Meeting, where we bought a new ambulance using retained earnings. We spent those retained earnings on an ambulance, therefore they're not available to offset the South County, the assessment to the towns. The next four lines, Frontier Regional, Health Insurance, School and Town, and Retirement, all of those are caused by health insurance increases. It increased 20% in the fall, another 12.5% now, and we are reaping the benefits of those increases right there. Police payroll increase is just straight by the contract that they have. Tilton Library increase, we already mentioned, is almost entirely building expenses and utilities. Senior Center expense is a 32% increase, $34,000. This is without moving to the new building. This is staying right where they are, doing the programs that they are. The reason the increase is this high is because they had a grant in previous years that they do not have this year, and that grant offsets some of these expenses. The next line is Conservation Agent. This is a new position. This $31,000 that you see here is for 18 hours. They ran a pilot of this position last year using Wetlands Protection Act funds at 12 hours. That Wetland Protection Fund has been depleted, so they can't continue to do it under Wetlands Protection, so it has been asked that it be added to the omnibus budget. This line item, when we get into it, there was a disagreement between the Finance Committee and the Select Board. So the requested amount is $31,000. The recommended amount is about $21,000, which is a 12-hour position. Transportation station expense, $24,000, is just because all the stuff we take to them, it costs more to get rid of it than it used to. Police department expense is for increased IT management costs. Snow and ice, we already mentioned. And then the others are kind of straightforward, general insurance and DPW materials. At the bottom of the page there were a few items that actually decreased. As I mentioned, the interest on maturing debt came down quite a bit, $135,000, and the other expenses you can read there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start on page 20, and I need to read each and every one of these lines, so bear with me. Moderator, $500. Select board salaries, $16,000. Select board staff salaries, $372,279. Select board administration expense, $13,000. Finance committee, $300. Accountant salary, $103,978. Accountant expense, $28,450. Assessor's salary, $12,500. Assessor's administrative expense, $87,780. Assessor's expense, $19,430. Assessor's quinquentennial recertification, $22,000. Treasurer collector salaries, $154,243. Treasurer collector expense, $38,645. Legal expense, $62,000. Personnel board, $500. IT hardware, $6,000. PEG access capital expense, $4,000. Contracted services, $271,597. Town clerk salaries, $114,814. Town clerk expense, $29,950. Conservation Agent, $31,769.
Hold. Sorry. Thank you.
Everybody awake?
Conservation Commission, $1,525. Open Space Committee, $250. Planning Board, $1,000. Zoning Board of Appeals, $1,000. Agricultural Commission, $100. Energy Committee, $1,000. Town Office Building Maintenance, $100. Energy Committee? Is that correct? Who had the hold? Got it. Town Office Building Maintenance, $181,340 has a hold. Town Office Expense, $14,000. General Insurance, $108,000. Police Payroll, $1,304,769. Police Department Expense, $141,300. Police Department Cruiser, 0. Inspection Department Payroll, $194,743. Inspections Department Expense, $4,950. Emergency Management, $8,700. Animal Control, $19,000. Deerfield Elementary School, $5,711,097. Frontier Regional School, $4,657,844. Frontier Regional Debt Service, 0. Frontier Regional Transportation, $111,139. Franklin Tech Assessment, $589,745. Franklin Tech Debt Service, $18,709. General Highway Payroll, $763,165. General Highway Expense, $372,400. Winter snow and ice removal, $100,000. Street lighting, $10,000. Transfer station expense, $273,150. Test well monitoring maintenance, $35,000. Board of Health payroll, $107,412. Board of Health expense, $9,825. Emergency COVID expense, 0. Council on Aging, $100. Senior Center expense, $140,432. Veterans District Assessment, $18,202. Veterans Benefits, $16,000. ADA Coordinator, $250. Tilton Library, $230,232. Summer Swim Program, $3,338. Tri-Town Beach Expense, $39,078. Recreation Department Director Salary, $36,694. Historical Commission, $1,175. Veterans Day Memorial Day Expense, $2,500. Maturing debt, $563,367. Interest on maturing debt, $413,723. Interest on temporary loans, $5,000. FERCog core assessment, $44,678. Unfunded sick leave and vacation, $10,000. Franklin County Regional Retirement, $766,440. Workers' compensation, $55,896. Unemployment insurance, $15,000. Group insurance, $613,255. Group insurance school, $1,102,846. Medicare expense, $133,454.
Second.
Thank you. So we have holds on conservation agents, so if you would like to, a little more quietly, discuss that?
Sure. Okay, I haven't been shut off totally. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to amend Article 5 to recommend account number 171-5110, Conservation Agent, in the amount of $21,280.
Mr. Brennan, if you'd like to explain your motion.
So the Finance Committee had to go through and really, work on a lot of these budgets. We have some departments that really had to make some deep cuts. Some even had to lay off folks. So to that end, I think it would probably be uncouth to expand the budget for the conservation agent, especially considering the increase in general that we saw earlier. So This would not be eliminating the conservation agent. It would just be basically keeping level service at the same number of hours. So that's the rationale behind that.
Mr. Brennan, I think you told me you have that motion in writing somewhere?
Yep.
Yep. So at this point, that particular line item, there's been a motion to amend. So again, we're not talking about the whole budget now. We're just talking about that one particular line item as amended. We would be discussing or taking a vote on whether to amend that line item as presented by that motion. So are there any questions or comments on the motion that has been made? Yes, Mr. Hilty.
Is this, there we go. Yes, so the Conservation Commission has been deluged with work related to projects that are in town. One of the ones that they're currently working on is the roundabout project that's been proposed for North Main intersection with Route 5 and Mill Village Road. Our Conservation Commission are all volunteers, and we have an amazing chair, Pete Law, who does 35 and 40 hours a week, some weeks, because there's just so much paperwork that's related to Wetlands Protection Act. Last year, we piloted a program, as it was mentioned, where we used a substantial amount of the Wetlands Protection Act fund money that comes from fees, et cetera, related to funding projects like reviewing an applicant's proposals for compliance with Wetlands Protection Act. There's a lot of paperwork that's involved in that, and just as the building department has an administrative coordinator, land use coordinator, to take care of all the filings that go to the DEP, the Wetlands Protection Department, et cetera, this person that was working with Pete was very instrumental in making sure we were up to date on all this paperwork. The Finance Committee has the view that in light of cuts elsewhere, we should not properly fund this. The Select Board's view is that at 18 hours a week, it may be difficult to attract a talented and qualified person to do this job. We both agreed that we should keep it under the 20-hour minimum where this person would become benefited, because benefits add a huge amount to employing someone. So the Select Board feels, and Pete Law, I'm not sure if he's here tonight, feels that in order to attract somebody, we need to have a certain number of hours or we're not going to find anybody to do this work. So that's why we have a slight disagreement about this.
Any other comments on the motion to amend? Okay, so we're just going to take a vote on that one particular line item. So again, the Select Board had recommended $31,769. There's been a motion to change that number to $21,280. All those in favor of that motion as presented? We're just going to do a quick, so all those opposed? Yeah, so that motion does not carry. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. We had a hold on town office building maintenance. Yes, please. Thanks. Okay. If someone else wants to speak, they can start to head up to the mic.
Pam Predmore, 36 Grave Street. I have questions about this. It looks to me, if I've figured this correctly, that this is a $56,156 increase, or approximately 45%. Could you explain to me, is this because they're going to be moving from the existing town hall to a new one, or is this maintenance on the existing town hall?
Mr. McDaniel?
Yeah, so I can explain a bit once my mic comes on. Hello? Okay, great. If I have this right, Julie, this is an increase because we are just shifting money, as Julie explained in the beginning about the electricity costs at the library. We're shifting that cost to the town building maintenance account. So it's not like we're increasing a bunch or doing much more stuff. We're just reducing the library expense and raising this one. It's kind of a shift of lines, if that makes any sense. I don't know, do I have that accurate? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
And the library electricity costs are very high because it's an all-electric building. So we're talking 40,
So that's what we're going to not do tonight. So let's get that right out of the way. So,
Yeah.
do you have any other questions, or do you want to remove your hold? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
So there were no other holds, and the budget as presented is intact. So, Mr. Gilmore, if you'd like to.
I move the town appropriate $20,342,558 to fund the accepted amounts voted and to meet this appropriation transfer.
Second? Oh, for the transfers.
Yeah.
You've got to read, yeah.
$0 from the overlay surplus, $92,600 from SCEMS Enterprise Fund, $13,100 from the South County Senior Center Fund, $90,500 from Sewer Enterprise Fund, $4,170 from receipts reserved for debt, 0 from the Wetlands Protection Fund, 0 from the Cemetery RRA Fund, and $615,604 from free cash.
So
And
that was-
raise and appropriate $19,526,584.
Mr. Gilmore, can you just reread the free cash number?
Free cash is $615,604.
It's 605.
Oh, 605.
You have 605?
Oh.
Okay,
Oh, okay. I have a typo from what I had, so I apologize. Yep.
I'm good.
Just bear with me one sec. Thank you. So this figure holds, though? Okay. Any questions on the budget? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries by simple majority. Article 6, Mr. McDaniel.
I move the town raise and appropriate $103,253 for the South County Senior Center operating budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, for the purpose of funding the lease of 112 Amherst Road in Sunderland, Massachusetts, provided that such additional appropriations be contingent upon the passage of a Prop 2.5 override ballot question.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. McDaniel.
So, bear with me one moment. So, in Deerfield, Sunderland, and Whately, the effort to find a permanent home for the South County Senior Center is about more than selecting a building all three towns can agree on. It raises a broader and more fundamental question: how will a three-town regional organization responsibly support its more than 3,000 older adults and increasing aging population in the years ahead? Unlike a single-town department, South County Senior Center is a shared regional organization serving Deerfield, Sunderland, and Whately. This structure is important. Decisions are not about one community acting alone, but about three towns balancing shared responsibility, shared funding, and shared benefits. It also means compromise is not an option. It's built into the system. Everyone agrees we need a larger and more permanent space in order to support our growing senior population, and it has been number one on the Board of Oversight's to-do list for the past 6 years, and 10 years I've been on the Board of Oversight. During those years, we have been gathering data and investing in investigating over 7 locations, including 4 in Deerfield. The process took into account the needs assessment done by the Genealogical Institute of UMass Boston in 2022, followed by several feasibility studies done in 2024, 2025, with outside experts who have decades of experience in the design and construction of senior centers. The Board of Oversight put forward the option to start with a lease of an existing building at 112 Amherst Road because no one in the town is interested in owning a building. This option was the lowest cost of the towns, both in the near term and long term. Some of the advantages the board sees in this option are nearly immediate move-in timeline, low cost for the amount of space, about $14 a square foot, which is a very good rate commercial real estate, sufficient space for growth, building has been well maintained and is energy efficient, outdoor space for senior activities, greatest number of parking spaces among the options considered. Rental payments include all the building maintenance and real estate taxes, water taxes, snow removal, landscaping. The owner has been very cooperative and has shown considerable flexibility to meet the needs of three towns trying to come together and finance a project. The South County Senior Center would be protected against major maintenance failures if the roof leaks or heating systems fail, anything like that. So really, we've done a lot of study over the last few years, and again, for 10 years I've been on the board trying to find a space for the seniors, and we've seen them have to be moved out of a building that Deerfield owned for many years because we haven't put any money into the building. It crumbled around them. They were putting a tent on the front lawn. We're now renting space in Sunderland. The seniors are traveling from Sunderland to Whately to the church, to Deerfield, to all different places to get some service. We think it's important to put them into one building. We think this is a most advantageous place based on all the experts that have shown that we've worked with on this project, and we think it's important to support this measure to get them a permanent home.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. The Finance Committee did want to be heard, and then we'll get into discussion.
So the Finance Committee did not support this article. We do agree that the senior center provides a valuable service to the town. We do agree that the senior center would improve with more space, and the staff would be much more effective if all of their operations were in one location. What we don't support is spending extra money when another viable option is available. So this proposed move more than doubles the South County Senior Center budget. It's 129% increase for Deerfield. And if we do a cost-benefit analysis, and you need to do this cost-benefit analysis yourself too, in our opinion, the benefits are more or less the same going into 112 Amherst Road or using the building, the Deerfield Town Hall, which is at 8 Conway Street and comes available this year as the 1888 building is completed and Town Hall moves into that. So it's essentially the same square footage in both buildings. The Sunderland building is in better shape, probably has a little bit better parking. The Deerfield building has a better arrangement. Everything is on one level and a better location. It's in a spot where you can walk around to other services in the area. But the cost of the Deerfield building is probably about $150,000 less per year going forward. So you could either save that in your taxes or you could increase the services, the programs that are provided to the seniors using that funding. Sort of our bottom line is that 20% of the seniors in town use the senior center, but 100% of the seniors pay taxes. And we hear quite often from seniors who are not interested in having their taxes go up if there's a viable solution without doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to respond when I have time.
Sure. Yep. If we could start with the mics, we'll start with this mic first.
Is it working? Hi, my name is Becky Pachurik. I live in West Street. I want to make a motion to postpone indefinitely Article 6 of the town meeting.
Is there a second? If you'd like to briefly explain your motion.
I would like to put this off further in the future because we're going to have 2 empty buildings in the fall. in Deerfield. We're going to have to maintain them. We're going to have to heat them. And otherwise, they're just going to be sitting there empty and not being used. I also wanted to point out, this isn't the right decision at this time for Deerfield. We're a people that believe in reusing things, recycling, and repurposing. We have 2 empty buildings. The average senior Social Security income for a senior is $2,000 a month. That's $24,000 a year. The average retirement or pension is $3,100 a month. That comes out to $37,000 a year. The average family in Massachusetts, the income is over $100,000. If you pass this, you're going to push out seniors and lower income families out of Deerfield. I'm not opposed to helping the seniors, but we have a better option in using 8 Conway Street. So please make a compassionate decision to keep these people in our community.
So we kind of have to get into the weeds here a little, understand what's going on. So you've made a motion to postpone any type of a vote. So that is not really whether you're in favor or opposed to the motion that was made. That's to just kind of not deal with the motion this evening. So if anybody that hasn't stood or is standing has any comment on that motion, so again, it's not pro or con on the senior center vote. It's pro or con on whether to postpone the vote. Is that understandable by everybody? So is there anyone else that would like to comment on that matter? Sure. You can come forward and state your name, your street.
I would like some space, please. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer Ferrara. I live at 26 Conway Street in South Deerfield, and I'm also the director of the South County Senior Center. I would like to oppose postponing this as the motion stands. It does not give an undue burden amongst the community members. If your house is valued at the average mean of $450,000 a year, or based on the assessment for the town of South Deerfield or Deerfield, your tax increase would go up $50 annually. If someone has a tax burden, there is a warrant article number 20 tonight, to implement a tax work-off program for seniors and veterans in our community. There also is an abatement process currently available to the community members if they are in need of that. So I oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the motion to postpone? Again, if that motion is successful, we won't take a vote on the article this evening. If the motion is unsuccessful, we'll go back to discussing the actual motion on the senior center. So,
I would like to speak a second.
on the motion to postpone, yes.
I think it's important that we have a debate tonight and talk about whether we want to move this forward. And I'll respect whatever the people decide, but I think cutting it short and not giving people an opportunity to have this discussion, which it is very important, whether people want to invest in this or they think there's another idea that's better. I just think cutting this off and not having people have a chance to discuss it is wrong. Thank you.
And Ms. Pachork, do you have your motion in writing? If there's no other discussion on that motion, that's okay. Thank you. Again, the motion was to make a motion to postpone indefinitely Article 6 of the town meeting. So if there's no other, you'd like to speak on that?
Lori Busada, North Main. I just want to ask if postponing it is necessary in order to look at whatever renovation is needed at 8 Conway Street, to compare it with the Amherst Road. Is that why a motion is being suggested?
If you'd like to address that.
I forget the exact date, but we had a meeting at the 8 Conway Street, which is currently the town hall, and we were told that the building was looked over by credible people, and the building only needs $4,000 for the roof to fix it, opposed to a 20-year lease that's going to cost $2 million with no equity. I believe the town, the citizens deserve more. We have the town hall that's going to be empty, and we also have, they call it the 1821 building, which is a congregational church, that are going to be empty in the fall. We have plenty of space for seniors. They're just pushing things that are not correct. And if you want to talk about the electricity, the Tilton Library, look at what their electric bill was. This is an all-electric building in Sunderland. Also, their elevators.
Again, we're just trying to keep things fine-tuned to the issue of whether to postpone the vote. So are there any other comments on that matter alone? And again, it's not a pro or con on the senior center vote, so just on this limited matter. So go ahead, ma'am.
Doris Bardwell, Snowberry Circle. Postponing the vote would pretty much ruin the entire measure, because that lease available at 112, Amherst Road will no longer be available if this doesn't move now. If we don't have discussion. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion to postpone this article? All those opposed? That is a simple majority vote, and that motion has failed. So we're back to the original motion under Article 6, and so we'll open debate on Article 6 as presented by Mr. McDaniel. If you can just state your name and your street.
Yes, I am Rini Gripko Clancy, Meadowwood Drive. First off, voting no does not brand you as being against giving the senior center a beautiful place that they truly deserve. But voting yes, ironically, might, let me read my writing, might actually work against some seniors being able to go to the center. Seniors struggle to pay their bills on a fixed income, so increasing their taxes could force some of them to have to sell their home to move to a less expensive location. From a pure economic point, does it make sense to increase taxes to pay rent to a private party? From a safety viewpoint, there are two issues. The second floor has the space for large gatherings, up to 50 people, perhaps more. There will be classes, speakers, movies. There will be elevators, but consider what happens if there is an emergency, a fire. Can't use the elevators. So visualize 50 or so people, some with mobility issues, scrambling downstairs to safety. Also, Route 116 is used as a speedway in that location. So pulling out of the driveway into the street is an accident waiting to happen. And finally, location, which has been covered over. But consider this. It's not near any town amenities. If you have something locally, in town, such as the Conway Street building, a couple of things you can do after the activities. You can maybe, you can go to the library, go to the bank, pick up your prescription, or maybe grab a bottle of wine for your nice dinner tonight. So please vote no on the 212 and find a better solution and spend our taxes on a permanent location, not a rented one. Thank you.
Thank you. The second, so we're going to alternate mics. I appreciate it. Thanks for your patience. So that back mic, whoever's first.
John Cunningham, Gormaki Avenue. Full disclosure, I'm an IMBY in my backyard. I like the idea of Conway Street and being in Deerfield, but I feel like the Finance Committee, I was at a joint meeting of the Finance Committee and I think it was the Select Board, And I think the Finance Committee isn't doing us any favors by not explaining the affordability and the modest renovations to 8 Conway Street and allowing the information sessions to say it's cost prohibitive and out of reach. So my request is that the Finance Committee do better at sharing the information about 8 Conway Street, what it would cost, how it would be, within the same parameters as Sunderland's option. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Erica Higgins-Ross, Greeno Crossing Drive. Really quickly, I've been working at Tilton Library over several years. I'm in the Friends of Tilton Library. I spend a lot of my time with seniors who use the library day in and day out. They hang out at the library. We're going to have clubs at the library. There's book clubs. The value of being able to find a senior center that is walking distance with this big new building that we've just created is huge. So I want to vote no on the Sunderland, because also what I'm hearing from the seniors that I work with at the library is that they want to be able to be in community, use the park, use the library, use the senior center, and coordinate, and that would just be really hard if the building was in Sunderland. Thank you.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Joanne Cusdell, Beaver Drive. A centralized senior center is definitely needed, but our wants must not overshadow our needs. We need to be fiscally responsible so this change is affordable for every taxpayer in all 3 towns. When all the other departments are reducing their budgets and cutting jobs and activities, the Senior Center Oversight Board is looking to increase their budget more than 100%. Why should we be trying to live beyond our means? The Oversight Committee stated it didn't want to fix up a town building in Deerfield, but is missing the point that 8 Conway can be a home for all 3 towns. By spending the same amount of money at the current site that we're in and putting it towards 8 Conway, instead we're not giving the money away to a landlord, what you're doing now, but we're going to keep that money for us, and the money will go towards renovations and expenses for a permanent home for seniors in all 3 towns. While there are only at least 7 open houses were at 122 Amherst, nothing was done at Conway until our town officials stood up and said, hey, let's do something that would help our residents. We want a safe, spacious, and permanent home, so giving the seniors what they've been waiting for. We don't have to worry about getting kicked out, having to come up with millions to purchase a property that we just can't afford. We can't afford it now, and we're not going to be able to afford it later because it's going to be worth more with all the money we're putting into it. So in 20 years, we're just going to be paying too much, and all we're doing is giving the landlord money, and we'll have nothing to show for it, and we'll be back where we are right now. Just one last thing. The Oversight Committee stated on March 23rd at a joint meeting with the 3 town finance committees that 8 Conway renovations would cost $5 million. Someone questioned it, and then they said, oh, maybe it's only $3 million. But at Sunderland Town Meeting, when they were voting like we are tonight on April 24th, the dollar figure provided to them was $8 million. Why did we go from $3 million to $8 million in a matter of a month? How can we make important financial decisions when the numbers keep changing?
Thank you. There's a point of order, so we need to take that. Yes, if you could get to a microphone or speak very loud. I have a timer going. No one's even been closed, so I've got it going. Thanks, so. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Ferrara. I live at 26 Conway Street in South Deerfield. I'm also the director of the South County Senior Center. I just want to give some information. For more than 48 years, the South County Senior Center was located at the 1888 building. I'd like to remind the community that prior to 2013, that building was condemned on multiple floors, and in 2020, the building itself was completely condemned. No money was put into the building to keep it at the introductory level that it was in 1978, let alone any renovations to keep it going. The 8 Conway Street space, according to the 2020 study brought forth by the town of Deerfield by Gorman, Richardson, Lewis Architects, found more than $1.57 million in 2020 dollars. With escalation now in inflation, it'd be $2.1 million in today's money. Would be needed for repairs in 8 Conway Street to continue to be used as a town office. That does not include the renovations that EDM Studio brought forward during their feasibility study of 8 Conway Street. The reason it was not brought forward to the community is because it was outside of cost analysis that we felt the taxpayers would not look at. After going forward all of that, we looked at the report, and it includes system upgrades, building condition issues such as single pane windows, asbestos remediation, and ventilation concerns. We looked at the $5 to $8 million after the fact. That adaptation also addressed concerns regarding parking, suggesting the Memorial Field be moved up to increase parking. There's not many parks in this community for our youth to utilize, so we didn't feel that that was a good use of space either. The board rejects, and I speak on behalf of the Board of Oversight with meeting with them, they reject the idea that the existing Deerfield Town Office building will be a successful center location for the 3 towns without millions of dollars in upgrades. In other words, we expect the real cost of maintaining the building to be far greater than that at 112 Amherst Road. Recently, the 1888 building was renovated through grant funds and use of CPA funds. Why wasn't that done when the seniors were in that space, even if it was on a temporary basis? Before I took this job, I was on multiple boards in this town, and every week, every meeting I attended, I always heard a senior say, when are we going to have a space for us? And ironically, now those folks are the ones saying, we don't want it because it's not in Deerfield.
Just have about 20 seconds left.
Yep. This is the most cost-effective option, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. That back microphone?
I'm in favor of consolidating the senior center as long as it's financially feasible. I have a question for Trevor. That 112 Amherst Road, it claims they have 40 parking spots available for the seniors. In the case of where they have these bigger events like the Thanksgiving, Christmas party, what are you going to do in case there aren't any parking spots enough for those seniors? Are you going to put them behind the Sunderland Town Hall and transfer them or shuttle them back to the senior center?
Mr. McDaniel, if you'd like to answer.
I think if we needed to, we would make accommodations. I mean, you'd have to. No space we have right now is big enough. I mean, we have no parking anywhere, really. So, yeah, you'd have to make accommodations. If 8 Conway Street ended up being the place that this body decides to move, it's not cheap. It's going to take some money. It's not just a even wash.
I don't need
yeah.
that big story.
So, yeah, you'd have to get shuttled.
So, in the cold weather, the seniors will have to wait in the car and wait for their turn to get picked up. Is that correct? Yes or no?
You're asking hypotheticals. I have no idea.
Well, a lot of this is hypothetical anyways, Trevor. Is the 2027 budget for 112 Amherst $450,000, and does that include a 20-year lease?
I couldn't understand the question. That's the budget, and that would include us being in that space.
Okay, and it's going to be definitely a 20-year lease?
No.
We don't know.
Correct. We haven't negotiated because even if this passes tonight, we still have to go out for an RFP and request proposals from the public. We don't know. There could be another entity that would step up and say, we would say in that RFP, we need this much square footage, we need this much space. It's the only building that we have found that meets the needs most effectively for us. Maybe 8 Conway Street is one, but that would have to get decided later. This all is hypothetical because we don't have a lease yet. We have to
So how do you
go out to an
expect
RFP.
our residents and all the town residents to vote on something that we don't even know what the numbers really
Because
are?
We're not going to get back and forth here.
Okay,
So
all
if you
right,
have
all
a
right.
comment,
Okay,
let's finish
yes,
it up.
they wanna
We're
keep
about
going.
a minute left, and otherwise we'll move to the next speaker.
Okay, is there going to be, there's going to be a cumulative rider of 2.5% placed on the 120,000 yearly, and that's cumulative. That will be additional monies of 75 to 80,000 added onto us taxpayers that no one really discussed with us. And as a senior citizen, an elderly person, it was never mentioned that into the senior newsletter. The program coordinator and the outreach coordinator at the senior center were hired part-time 15 to 20 hours a week, non-benefited, and paid by grants. Now they are paid by us townspayer people. Never discussed, never heard about this from the senior center director at all, and now we have to pay for that.
And that's 3 minutes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Doris Bardwell, Snowberry Circle. As we heard, the senior center sits inside the 1% pie chart called Human Services and includes the Board of Health Payroll, Board of Health Expenses, Council on Aging, Veterans Benefits, ADA Coordinator, and Veteran District Assessment. A meager amount, under 1%, in a massive budget of over $20 million. Far from a fair representation for a growing demographic. So now we face an override vote, and everyone says, whoa, wait a minute, hold on here. But listen, this deal really does make sound economic sense. The rent includes the cost of renovations, real estate taxes, building maintenance, repairs, landscaping, snow removal, hazard insurance, and water district taxes. Something breaks, we call the landlord, and rent covers it. 112 Amherst Road provides the space to grow now and for future generations. It's well maintained, has ample parking, abundant windows, ventilation, natural light, and is in move-in condition with minimal renovations. Data points to a rapidly aging country correlating with an increase in senior center enrollment, including here. The 55-plus population in Deerfield is now close to 45%. Think bigger. Some new centers are already experiencing space issues due to explosive growth. That should be viewed as a success, right? Not as an economic burden. The town hall option was ruled out long ago after studies by experts. Those costs are exorbitant for the town and not potential or looming, but real and current, and will only escalate with age. We should trust the unbiased assessments and cost we paid architects, builders, and engineers to determine, not contradict them. They had no vested interest or emotional attachment one way or the other. Some suggest town hall work can be completed over 10 years while the senior center moves in after painting, cleaning, and ramp repair. That does not sound viable. The disruptive nature of renovations with noise, dust, debris, and chaos will make the environment unsafe, unhealthy, and unattractive to seniors. It will not meet our needs or serve us well. Vote yes for the override. Thank you.
Thank you. The back microphone?
Yes, I'm Julie Cavaco from North Hillside Road. Just want to remind everyone that the speed limit's 35 on that newly paved road. Sorry. I also want to thank Jennifer Ferrara for all the hard work she's done in growing our senior center. It's grown exponentially. It's just, the involvement is amazing. I support the 112 North Amherst Road because I recognize that we are a growing population and that we will outgrow any other space very quickly. And I don't want to invest in something and then not have it be big enough. And the other point is that I'm tired of having Deerfield support every building for the Tri-County, I think, or Tri-Town. I think it's just ridiculous. I'm happy to pay my $51, even $70 to support a building that we don't have to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Paciorek?
John Paciorek, Sugarloaf Street, South Deerfield. You heard about financial disclosure forms when you go to the bank and you want to get a loan. Well, I'm going to give you a financial rental disclosure form. And what I want to do is explain to you that a lot of people don't know the true facts of what's going on. Like, for example, do you know that part of this renovation in Sunderland, that they are negotiating with the owner to put $500,000 into their building? But if you have to put $500,000 into a building, the building's not ready. Whereas they did a study in Deerfield, which was done in January of this year, and they came out with 3 options. One option is broom clean. You can move the people out and move them into a new building, sweep the place clean, and they can move in. Can they use it? Absolutely, and they'll pass the test. Option 2 they can do a major renovation in there, or a sprucing up where they turn around, do some painting and cleaning and sealing the floors so that they don't have to worry about any type of contaminants. And option 3 was a major overhaul. Well, we've done a lot of buildings in the past, and we typically do a pretty good job of maybe not maintaining them, but at least we take care of the people that have to be done. A good example of that was, take a look at what we did for the seniors in the old 1888 building. They were in there for over 30 years. You know what the rent was? $1 for the first month, then free from then on, as long as they maintained the inside. I thought that was a pretty decent deal. We took care of the seniors. They stayed in there for a long time. There are many problems with going to 112 Amherst Road. One of the problems is electricity. It's electric heat. Electric heat is very expensive. If you don't think so, take a look at the 2 bills that we just got through Western Mass Electric for the library. One bill was over $7,000. The second bill was $7,400. The third bill was like $6,700. Over 4 months, we're averaging almost $6,700 a month average in 4 months. That's why they're moving it out of the library account and putting it into another maintenance account, because their maintenance and electric budget was $49,000, and they're going to spend over $40,000 just on electricity alone. So anyway, I want to just finish up by saying your truth and disclosure for renting incorporates $103,000 from this article alone. $103,000 times 20 years is over $2 million. $2 million, what do you have for equity when you get through? Nothing. Not a penny, nothing. And what do they tell you? They're going to tell you, oh, well, you don't have to worry because we can buy it in 5 years. Well, how much are we going to pay for it? Oh, well, it'll be the market rate. Well, that could be 10 or 15 million, which is more than buying a brand new building.
Thank you, Mr. Pachorek. That's 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. That back mic.
Hi, Julie Chalfont, South Mill River Road. Just a couple comments on the cost relative to the 2 buildings, 112 Amherst versus 8 Conway Street. The 112 Amherst Road building, the initial estimate from the architects was $6.4 million for an overhaul. They went back and asked for a reduced scope. It came back at $3 million for a reduced scope, and the actual renovations right now that are being done are around $500,000, which is fine if it gets the senior center into a building that is functional and clean and operational. If you take the same approach for 8 Conway Street, the initial estimate was $8 million from the architects. If we look at the GRLA study from 5 years ago, it was 1.5 million. Escalation, I think Jen said, was 2.1 million. But the actual renovations that we would propose would be in the same neighborhood, 500 to 600,000 for that building. So to be clear, it's kind of the same approach to the both buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. By our town bylaws, we're only allowed to speak once unless everyone else has spoken, so we'll stick with the back microphone for now.
Bruce St. Peters from Snowberry Circle. I don't know how many voters are here. I know we had 400, a little over 400 at the special town meeting, so I'm guessing we might have 600 here.
607.
607. That's a pretty good guess. We don't need you, Tim. So. Anyway, that's what it's about 15% of the voters are the town voters. What I would suggest is not to stop the conversation right now. It's turning into a good conversation, but maybe we should go into a true democracy. Push this vote through and go to the ballot where there will be a lot more townspeople have the opportunity to vote on this, as well as, since this is turning into a contentious article. When I get done speaking, I would like to, and I don't know how you do this, suggest that we go into a secret ballot. Thank you.
So if you do want to get into that second part, that'll be a separate motion. So let's get through this debate, but then when we call the question, you would want to make a motion at that point if that's what you decide.
Okay, I
Yep.
wasn't sure how that would
Got
handle.
it. Yeah, absolutely.
So-
Thank you.
So anyway, that would be my suggestion, was to put this through and go to the ballot box and let more people decide on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mark Brennan, Boynton Road. I'd like to just respectfully disagree with the last speaker. We're not here to purely make a vote tonight. Those of you who came out are participating in the purest form of democracy. It's probably one of the most special things we have in the United States. We're here in legislative session, so we're not here for a simple vote. We're here to, come as close to making law as possible. But so to that end, I think if we think that this is a good idea or not a bad or a bad idea, that we vote appropriately. But the original point I wanted to make is just something kind of small that I don't believe anyone's brought up yet, and that is we're about to build a bunch of senior housing in South Deerfield near 8 Conway Street. We also have a library. We're going to have 8 Conway. We're going to have the church. We really are going to have a really nice area for our seniors. And I would just hate to, have this one really active part of our municipal services be far out from everything else. So please consider that when you go to vote tonight, and thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have one last. We'll come
Jeff
back.
Upton, Hillcrest Ave. To start off with, I support seniors, and I really do believe that they need to have one place under one roof. The problem is that I'm having is the financial component of this. And if we look at numbers, the Sunderland building, to start off with, you're going to have to put on their estimates, because I attended several meetings, between $300,000 and $500,000 in renovations before they move in. Then you come to a lease that has not been negotiated. Myself, I do not like to sign on the line, bottom line, without knowing all the facts. And that's what's happening tonight. That's what they're asking us to do, is sign on the bottom line without knowing all the facts. Again, as far as cost goes, with the rent, if you do a 10-year lease, you're talking of $1.6 million for a 10-year lease. A 20-year lease, you're talking around $3.4 million. If we do the Sunderland building, that leaves us with a building sitting here as far as the old town hall, and what are we going to do with that? We're going to pay for it, we have to maintain it, unless we decide to do a demolition on it. And I don't think the town voters are going to approve that. So if we're going to have the building, we might as well use it. For $3.6 million, we can do a lot with that building. Also, with the Sunderland building, after a 10-year lease or a 20-year lease, we don't own that building. We have nothing for what we paid. Nothing. We don't even have a piece of paper. With the town hall, the old town hall, at least we own that building, we know what we're investing with, and it can pay. As far as separating articles and bringing it to all the voters, great idea, but we gotta, if we're gonna do for one article, we should do for all the articles, and make sure that from now on going forward, all the articles that we bring to town meeting also goes on to town ballot, so the entire town can vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's been a motion to call the vote, so that would stop all debate at this point. There would need to be a vote on whether to call the question. So what that means is there'd be no more debate. We're not voting on the underlying question, just that we're essentially stopping debate. So all those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed to calling the question? Okay, so that has passed by 2/3 majority. So at this point, we are going to vote on the underlying motion. It does appear that there will be a pretty well, there's going to be a vote that's going to need to be carefully counted. So if we are going to do that by hand ballot, we are going to use 2 tellers, and what that means is I'm going to count the 2 front sections, and the tellers will count the back 2 sections and the bleachers. So there's basically going to be 3 people counting, if that makes sense. Yes, sir, if you can come to a microphone.
Bruce St. Peter, Snowberry Circle. I'd like to make a motion to request a secret ballot, please.
Okay, so there's a motion to vote by paper ballot. Is that correct, Mr. St. Peter? A paper ballot?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second on that motion? Someone else? Second. Okay. So there is a motion now. Again, we're not voting on the underlying motion on how we're going to vote. So in order to do that, we need to have a majority vote to determine whether the motion to vote by ballot is how we're going to proceed. So again, you're just voting on whether you want to proceed by voting on paper ballot. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? That motion does not carry. So we will be using a hand count. We're going to be using our tellers, which is actually the first time we've done it. So you're going to have to be patient. What we're going to do, just so you don't have to keep your arms up for a long time, is I'm going to start here in this section in a minute. I'll count and then tell you when I'm complete with my count. Our tellers are ready. Yeah, we're all set. So we got a teller back there, Olivia, and Holly is going to count back there. So all those in favor of the motion, we're all good with what the motion is at this point? Absolutely, happy to do that. Mr. McDaniel's motion was, I move that the town raise and appropriate $103,253 for the South County Senior Center operating budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2026, for the purpose of funding proposed renovations to and the lease of 112 Amherst Road in Sunderland, Massachusetts, provided such additional appropriations be contingent on the passage of a Proposition 2.5 override ballot question.
Proposed renovations, right? He just put the lease up. His motion was actually without proposed renovations.
That's correct. I'm sorry. I'm going to read it again. I'm sorry. So there was some language that changed. So I move that the town raise and appropriate $103,253,000 for the South County Senior Center operating budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2026, for the purpose of funding the lease of 112 Amherst Road in Sunderland, Massachusetts, provided that such additional appropriations be contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 override ballot question.
Point of order.
Yes. I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, is it appropriate that you explain that if you vote yes, you want the override, and if you don't want the override, you vote no?
That's not the question. That's not the question.
What's the question?
No worries.
The question
All
is,
those in favor of the
are you
motion?
appropriating
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
money?
Yeah, sorry. There's a second one.
All those in favor of the question in this front section here?
I think they're confused because the tellers are counting also, Dan.
I think you could just take a show of hands.
Yeah, there you go. But thanks. So we are going to count the vote, and we are going to do it by all those in favor of the motion raising their hands on this side for now. So Holly, we're going to hold off. So all those in favor of the motion as presented. There seems to be confusion. Are we good? Is there any questions? Okay. We're going to abandon the tellers. We're just going to go. Mr. Wolfram, you were correct. Go ahead. We're going to say all those in favor of the motion on this side of the room. In the bleachers over there. Bleachers here. All those opposed, everybody. So Article 6 has been defeated. Article number 7.
Will pass.
Article 7 will now, there'll be a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yes.
Article 8, Mr. Gilmore.
I move the town appropriate the sum of $1,930,211 and transfer from free cash the sum of $518,861 to the fund to fund the South County Emergency Medical Services Enterprise Fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F and a half, and to meet the town of Deerfield's allocated share of costs as indicated on the warrant.
Second.
Mr. Gilmore?
This is, and I hope I get this right. This is more or less the town has been taking money from free cash to.
No, this is second. This is just the budget itself.
Oh, this is the, all right, excuse me. All right, so this is the budget. Again, we have two articles. I apologize. So in other words, the revenues for medical service fees, $875,000, CP fund reimbursement for $42,798, retained earnings $10,000. So and our assessment is $518,861.
Perfect.
Mr. McDaniel, did you have anything to add? Or no. Okay. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 9, Mr. Gilmore?
Yep, as soon as I find it.
Mr. Hilchey, I apologize.
I move that the town raise and appropriate an additional $400,000 for the South County Emergency Medical Services Assessment, contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 override ballot question.
Mr. Hilchey?
So the reason this is on the budget is that the warrant is that for as long as the South County EMS has existed, it's been being paid for through appropriation of free cash. DOR, Department of Revenue, recommendations for best practices is that you don't pay for recurring expenses from free cash. We have to fund this operation every year, and this qualifies as a recurring expense. The Finance Committee has been recommending that we don't pay for recurring expenses through free cash for years. So we decided that we would take their advice and ask the voters whether we should put this into the regular tax levy. I look at it as a critical expense, but I want the voters to have a chance to decide if we should continue to pay for it through free cash or whether we should bring it into the budget.
You have a comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Jeff Upton, Hillcrest Ave. As far as the 400,000, 2.5 override, specifically how do we get here? Because I'm curious about the retained earnings that we've always used.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yeah, I could speak to that a bit. So Tim is right. We have funded, this vital emergency service with free cash for the last 10 years. We planned to do that when I first came on. I was starting to get involved with this. We all thought, let's take a moment. We don't sure what we're going to need each year, and we've had good track record to know about 400,000 is kind of what our retained earnings is. This year, we kind of ran into a spot where we didn't have retained earnings because we ordered an ambulance 2 years ago, which still hasn't arrived, and then we found an ambulance that we could get right away. So we took our retained earnings in the fall town meeting and purchased an ambulance. It's on the road already, and the other one still isn't here yet. So it was just a matter of timing on the funding. But we just felt like it was important to put this forward and fund this vital service through taxation, through our omnibus budget, instead of just free cash all the time. Obviously, it's still an enterprise fund, but it was important to make sure that we had that funding secured. You never know with free cash. We tend to be very fortunate each year. We budget conservatively to make sure that we have free cash, but you never know what's going to happen. And we really think it's important to, as DOR said, Department of Revenue, to make sure that this is funded specifically. But yes, the lack of retained earnings this year is specifically based on buying 2 ambulances back to back.
Right. Well, and I just want to make clear that the service is fine, and I'm sure everybody in this room will agree.
Yes.
But I guess there's a little confusion of if 2 years ago we had voted on this ambulance purchase with retained earnings, and all of a sudden we hit this year and they did retained earnings. Usually we carry over retained earnings for another year. And I'm just wondering why that didn't happen. Where'd that other year of retained earnings go? And, the $400,000, that's what I'm asking is the $400,000 2.5 override on an average house in Deerfield here, that adds $161 and some odd cents to every bill in this room. And I believe that's going to be carried forward too. So I just want to make people aware of it. It's not coming without a cost.
Correct.
This is going to have a major impact on your tax bill. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Yes.
Beyond. Darius Modesto, I live on River Road. It's bad practice to do finances in the way we're doing it by using free cash. As those who don't know who I am, I'm also superintendent of schools. I oversee 5 separate budgets. When you set up your budget to operate on using free cash, you are setting yourself up for a bigger problem down the road. So all the experts up front tell us we really need to do this. The state tells us we need to do this, but people are not thinking what's going to happen down the road where we need to buy an ambulance because there's something wrong with our ambulance and we got to go to free cash. But we don't have any free cash because we're spending it on our budget that operates annually. It's just not good practice. And so people, I know Prop 2.5 is a swear word in many small towns in Western Massachusetts, but you can't build your community on 2.5 indefinitely. Every now and then you do have to make an adjustment. And they put in Prop 2.5, so the adjustment didn't come every year, but it comes every once in a while. And so I just want people to understand that if you're going to set up, you want your town to set up the budget wrong, you're going to set up and we're going to pay the consequence down the road. Just my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, Eric Albanese, Crest Street Drive. I have a clarifying question, and it's about the change in tax. So would that just be like in the global pool for what the omnibus can spend, or is it just that this increase in tax would be promised to funding the South County EMS?
Mr. McDaniel?
That's a great question. It does add 400 to the omnibus budget. It allows the town to tax that 400 more specifically to get that in the budget. So yes, it would go into the overall fund.
Is there
after the first year?
Okay. Is there some way where that can be like more guaranteed? Like if the town is trying to approve this for the sake of funding EMS, that the town can set it up that this change will 100%, like we can promise it'll be allocated?
Only for that first year, unfortunately, and then it's up to the finance committee to do it, to do the due diligence that they do every year with the select board to fund that specifically for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Gray. Mark Russo, 4 Steve Mill Road, Deerfield. Just a couple of questions. So we've got 2 ambulances that are, one of them is contributing to this issue. Do we need that other ambulance now since we bought the other one on short notice? And if we don't need it, can we sell it to some other community that would and maybe take a little loss on it, but at least not impact the taxpayers as much over time?
Mr. Hilchey?
So we do have Chief Joshua Sparks here who can speak about this, but briefly, I will say that we have the money in the bank for the next ambulance whenever it arrives. You know, we've been waiting more than 2.5 years for the ambulance that we ordered, and that money was set aside properly, and we have ambulances that are aging out of their useful life. We have 24-hour service, and we have 2 shifts during the day, so we need 2 ambulances. The intent is that going forward, after these 2 new ambulances arrive, every 3 years, we will use a combination of retained earnings. We're going to be talking about something next, which is a capital stabilization fund within the South County EMS budget to require money to be put into the capital stabilization fund so it can't be returned to the, sometimes what happens, the retained earnings gets sent back to the town to lower the assessment. But this way, we will always have money in there. So every 3 years, which is about the useful life of an ambulance, we will be replacing the oldest ambulance with a new ambulance and then retiring the second oldest, the even older ambulance. So we'll have 2 frontline ambulances pretty much all the time. And that's, I don't know if I've answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Ilchi.
I-
And, go ahead.
Definitely a huge supporter of the EMS service we have in this town. So like the other speakers, I've got no issues with that. But so this 400,000, is that going to be in the omnibus budget every year going forward?
Yes, what it does is it raises that ability so that it puts it in the budget. Because otherwise, if it doesn't pass, we really would have to cut the budget to get it in the omnibus budget. It allows us to have that room to put it in the budget.
Okay, and just quickly for the Finance Committee, if we chose to finance this, would that have less of an impact on the taxpayer over time?
Mr. Brennan, or, go ahead. Go ahead.
Here's our chair.
The chair's on the other mic, so we'll go that way.
Oh, okay. I'll sit down.
No, go ahead. No, stay. Response to your question.
Not-
So just
Is it
specific to
working
the
now?
question.
Okay. Specifically to that question, we actually have enough money without this override to fund the South County EMS this year. So we would not, whether or not the override passes, we will be able to purchase that ambulance this year.
Thank you.
That was the question.
That was the question. It's just, I was trying to think of going forward. You know, if the 400,000 in one nut is a big chunk, whereas if you finance something over time, it costs a little more, but the impact is spread out over a few years rather than taking it all up at once. But my question's been answered.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Yes.
Julie Chalfont, South Mill River Road. The reason I'm here and not up there is because I am not speaking for the Finance Committee as a whole. I personally do not support this article. I'm probably shooting myself in the foot by saying that. But we made it this year, right? We used our capital stabilization, we used our free cash, and we were able to fund the entire budget. So we don't actually need this override this year in order to make the budget this year. I would guess that next year we may not be able to say that. So in my opinion, the time to come to you asking for an override is when we are going to say either we pass the override or we are cutting X, Y, and Z. We're not at that position right now, partially because our free cash was very high last year and because we had capital stabilization available. I think I'm done.
Any other comments from the front?
I will just say that the Finance Committee as a whole recommended that we pass the override this year. And so my personal opinion, I probably should go to that mic back there, is that Whether it's this year or next year, we need to bring this into the budget. And as Darius Matistow points out, that's what all the accountants and revenue specialists tell you to do. Do not pay for recurring expenses out of free cash, which is, it can go like this. One year you may have a lot, and the next year you don't have enough. So I think this is the right thing to do.
Okay, there's no other voices at the microphone, so all those in favor of the motion? The bleachers are all set up here. So the front section, not the back, but just the front is all set. I'm going to do the table and then come back and count. Favor? So the table's all set. So I'm going to do that side next, so you can just wait a moment.
Yes, and then, yeah, simple, I think, yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, because we're not pulling it from anywhere, it's just. I hope it passes, it's just the right thing to do. It just drives me crazy. And what do you wait until it's emergency? No, that's not how you plan. Yes, for the librarian, because the adjustment counselor says. To grab the whole roll. There goes the school budget. What is she asking? Read the motion. You want to do it or no? Okay.
I move that the town raise and appropriate an additional $400,000 for the South County Emergency Medical Services Assessment, contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 override ballot question.
Yeah. Oh, it's the good stuff. It's the good stuff. Shit. Come on up.
Recycle.
Do you want any? Oh, you got a stack. He's got a stack.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
There you go. Yep.
It wasn't his I spilt, it was mine.
All those opposed to motion in this front section here?
You need to put it in the mic.
You want to give him a mic?
Dan, you want the mic?
Is everyone good? And all those opposed to the motion? We're just going to do this section here so you don't all have to hold your hands up. So just on this side, those opposed. Just trying to get a count on this front section now. Those opposed in this front section? Okay, bear with me. I just need to do some calculations. Seven different. I don't know. So I'm going to announce my count. So by my count, the motion was defeated by 7 votes. If somebody would like to make a motion for a ballot, we can do that.
I'll make a motion for a ballot.
Thank you. I think I know it's time consuming, but I think it's the right call. So at this point, there's a motion for ballot. We need a second on that.
Second.
So we're going to move to a paper ballot. Cassie, do you want to explain what's going on, or how do you want to? I'm sorry. All those in favor of voting by ballot? Opposed? Yeah. I would declare that vote defeated if I were to do a quick view. It was pretty close, obviously, as we all saw. What I would propose, and it would require you removing your motion, is that we do a recount. We're going to use 2 other people and kind of do a collective count. It may be a lot quicker than a ballot.
I remove my motion.
Okay, then I'm going to question, as a moderator, I can say that it's too close to call, and I'm going to question my count, and we're going to move to the tellers. So, again, if anyone's not following because I'm not explaining it very well, we can go over it. But what I'm going to do is start with a count on this side. We're going to have, Olivia is going to count the back and these bleachers. I will count this section and this section. Holly is going to count the bleachers in the back section, okay? So we're back to where we started. This is a motion, so you're voting either in favor or you're opposed. So those in favor of the motion, and do we want to read it one more time super quick? Okay, that's fine too.
They got it. Do you want to read it? No, they got it.
Doesn't sound like there's an appetite for that, so yeah. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, everybody on this side of the room, everybody on this side, everybody can raise their cards, and we'll do the count from here. So I'm going to do the front table first, I'm going to move.
Right? It's all in the plan.
Except now it's going to go up to 35,000 because 607 people came out.
Right. Yeah, how much was it, Flicker? Did we do any math on it? I don't know. Right.
All those opposed to the motion?
That'll be too much fucking money too. Where I'll fucking leave. I'm done.
Me too, over here.
Yep. Crazy. So our business is just legislative reason. Like an idea. They don't know how it works, you know. And I just want you to explain that no one wants to spend money. It's understandable, but man. They all complain and John Brinsky votes against it, but yeah, he's bitching all the time, we don't have any money for roads. He's just filling any opportunity for it. Right. Bitch, never you don't have money for capital, we can't maintain anything.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, no worries. Okay, so that motion was defeated, and the spread ended up being 25 votes as opposed to my 7, but defeated in both counts. So that motion did not carry. Article 10, Mr. Gilmore.
I move that the town establish a capital stabilization fund dedicated to the South County Emergency Medical Service as set forth in the warrant. So,
Mr. Gilmore?
So what this is this is actually to start putting money away so these ambulances can be replaced in a timely manner. In other words, if you've got an ambulance, they're looking at every 3 years replacing the oldest ambulance with a new one and rotating on the way through. Also to have some money available if they have to do renovations in the building, or if there's other issues that come up that they have to have something there. They do not have anything at this time to handle that. So I think the problem that we had before was the fact that you had ambulances that were bought very close together, and they both started to deteriorate at the same time, and they had to be replaced. And the one ambulance that was actually bought, I think it's over 2 years now, that has not come in yet. The ambulance was in dire straits, both of them were, and they both needed to be replaced. So the problem is that when we started the ambulance service, you could replace an ambulance in 15 years. That doesn't work anymore.
Any comments or questions? All those in favor of the motion as presented? Opposed? That motion carries by 2/3 majority. Article 11, Mr. McDaniel.
I move the town raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or otherwise provide $2,149,806 to operate the Sewer Enterprise Fund for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53.5. Such amount to be funded from enterprise revenue and investment income as referenced in this article, or take any action relative thereto.
Mr. McDaniel?
This is the annual operating budget for the Sewer Enterprise Fund, and you'll see, the revenues obviously match the expenses, but this is for the revenues would be our user fees each year, and investment income, and the expenses are salaries, operating expenses, the debt service on the improvements we've made, and indirect administrative costs and operational reserve fund.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Mr. Hilchey.
I move that the town transfer $310,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund and $45,000 from the sale of real estate proceeds pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 63, to fund the amended capital improvement plan for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, as set forth in the warrant.
Mr. Hilchey?
This was covered in the Finance Committee budget overview, but if you want some additional information, I'm going to ask the Finance Committee to speak, or the Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair to speak to this.
Does anyone else want to speak on this?
Sure. Mark, I'm going to try to make sure this isn't too loud. Mark Brennan, CIPC Chair. We had several requests that we evaluated this year for capital. Unfortunately, we didn't have much money. So what we did was basically came up with a capital plan that either funded most of our items out of other funding sources, things like CPC, or paid for necessary capital expenditures out of the Capital Stabilization Fund. So this motion represents the items that we think we need as a bare minimum to continue to provide services for the town.
Mr. McDaniel?
I'd just like to speak. I'd like to speak to these two projects, and the reason we're funding them now out of this year's capital is the Freightliner. We've been looking to replace that Freightliner truck for quite a long time, and I think the cost was, in the 270 something range. And our DPW chief had found this truck, even though it's red, it's not yellow, but it's red. It's up in Maine, and we're able to, and they've been holding it for us. If we fund this now, we're able to save quite a bit of money and get the truck we were going to fund next year for a lot less money. And then the second item is the rooftop solar, and we have, once we fund this building will now qualify for a grant to get get the money back. It's almost a wash, so we just thought it was very important to move forward with that. We're using the sale from the proceeds from the sale of the old DPW barn, if you remember, on over by the old DPW plant.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, if I may. I just left out one part. For the rooftop solar, the Capital Committee also took a look at what the operating costs of providing electricity to the library would be. So the rooftop solar is an especially important project for us to ensure that we don't have very large increases to the omnibus budget.
Thank you. Yeah, front mic.
Hi, Lily Dwight, South Mill River Road. I'm just looking to understand why this is for the fiscal year 2025. Aren't we talking about 2027?
Mr. Brennan?
Oh, do you mean 2026? We want to get it in for this fiscal year for the Freightliner because there was a significant, I believe it was close to $100,000 off if we were to do it for this fiscal year.
No, what I'm asking, I'm sorry to interrupt.
We're going to defer to town council because go ahead.
It is fiscal year 26 because it says beginning July 1st, 2025.
Thank you.
Yeah, fiscal years are funky. Yep, great, thank you. Back, Mike.
Yeah, Jason Clark from North Main Street. I just had a question about the Tilton Library portion. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. So the solar rooftop thing, this was part of the initial project. Wasn't this planned for in the beginning?
So I can address that.
Mr. Yossi, yes.
So the Tilton Library went out to bid after COVID, and there were certain parts of the project, like the building itself is designed to have solar on it, and in the course of figuring out how to pay for the building with the new COVID pricing, some of the alternates were not funded in the first round. This one was particularly flagged for the library is designed to certain energy efficiency standards, so there is a program called LEED certification. We will qualify for $100,000 or $120,000 as soon as the library is complete, which now that the elevator is slated to begin installation on May 12th, should be soon. So this is essentially borrowing the money to put in the solar array. Solar array itself is less than what the appropriation's asking for. It's $90,000, and there's a $9,000 fee because it's D.A. Sullivan will be overseeing the installation. There are also, the reason why we need to do it this year is because there is a 30% federal tax credit and a 10% tax credit, which would actually reduce the $90,000 to roughly around $58,000 when those two things are factored in. And the production for the solar panels will be between $9,000 and $10,000 a year. So we will hopefully substantially reduce the electrical bill for the library moving forward.
All right. Well, I was leading into another question that I had on that is during the meeting phase of this, where I was watching the meetings, there was a canopy that was put up in front of that building that was not part of the original plan. And there was a significant amount of money spent for that, and that is not even complete yet. Do you know the cost of that canopy and what it would cost to this point and how much it's going to cost to the end?
Does that tie into this matter? Or not really. Does it tie into the solar somehow, or?
Well, I mean, we're spending $100,000 on one thing, and now we're talking about this, so. I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, very quickly, Erica Higgins-Ross, Greeno Crossing. I just want to mention that 3 or 4 times already in this meeting, people have made sort of, all electric buildings, blah, the boogeyman. This is what we do to make electric and make us independent. We get solar power on the buildings, and then we get money from the state to pay for that, and then we are electrically independent. We are not dealing with gas, and we are not dealing with propane, and we are not dealing with natural gas, which we cannot have. So we have to put solar on our buildings, and we will make money back. That is vital. Thank you.
Yes.
Charlene Galinsky, River Road. I was looking at the Tilton Library website, and I think they're up to about 1.5 million from donations from the nonprofits and from private citizens. Is there any way that money can be used to help pay for this line item for the Tilton, or is that untouchable?
Mr. Hilchey, briefly.
The two are not connected, and basically, as I explained, the lead certification funding is actually the funding source. That it's something that we're getting specific to the library, and the intent is to put solar panels on to reduce the electric. The 1.5 million program that the library is continuing to run is to raise $2 million toward the cost of the library, and that's still ongoing. And that money is dedicated to give to the town so that when they do the final borrowing, that will not be, it will limit the amount of interest payments that we have based on the full amount of the $2 million.
So that money will come back to the town, which is very good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion as presented? Opposed? That motion carries. We're halfway there. Article 13, Mr. Gilmore.
I move that the town transfer $88,000 from Capital Stabilization Fund to fund the amended capital improvement plan for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, as set forth in the warrant.
Mr. Gilmore?
This is for the police cruiser that we moved from the actual budget over to here to buy the cruiser for this year. This is, I think, a one-time thing. And then the other was for the Deerfield Elementary School flooring, which the cost is $44,000, but we're looking at $15,000 because I believe the school is making up the difference on that to from what was originally $117,000 down to $88,000.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 14, Mr. Hilchey.
I move that the town establish a conservation fund pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, as set forth in the warrant.
Seconded. Mr. Hilchey?
So there may be somebody from the conservation or another committee in town who may speak to this, but this establishes a conservation fund for acquisition of open space to be seeded by $100,000 from the Community Preservation Fund. The purchases that can be made by the Conservation Commission using these funds still need to go before the Select Board, so it's not giving the Conservation Commission the right to do any purchasing without the approval of the elected bodies here. The intent is, and I would ask Julie Caswell to come up and speak and explain why this is an idea that
If
the
you can just
finance
finish your point, Mr.
Yeah.
Hilchey, is it?
Yep.
Yeah. Any comments or questions? Yes.
Hi, I'm Julie Caswell. I'm the chair of the Open Space Committee in Deerfield. And the Conservation Commission and the Open Space Committee brought this proposal forward. And surveys of residents of Deerfield, when we were writing the Open Space and Recreation Plan, indicated that top priorities were open space and trails and walking loops and hiking and biking opportunities in the town. And establishing a conservation fund will give the town a new tool to go for these goals of open space and outdoor recreation. For example, with the conservation fund in place and funded, we would have this new tool to act quickly in pursuing land that might come up for sale, open space land that might come up for sale. Also to look at land that's coming out of Chapter 61, Chapter 61A, and Chapter 61B, all of which come to the town for a right of first refusal in 120 days. These are the types of land acquisition and open space opportunities that the town would be able to move on in a timely manner. And land does move fast, and the rounds or the schedule for grant opportunities and town meetings are not timely enough for many of those opportunities. Smart oversight is in place for the Conservation Fund, as the Finance Committee wrote, and that oversight is through the Massachusetts general laws, the Conservation Commission law, and the Community Preservation Act law. In addition, the Community Preservation Committee took a very close look at this grant fund when it was considering funding for it, which is coming up in Article 15. And the Community Preservation Committee did a grant agreement or wrote a grant agreement that is very clear on the types of expenditures that can be made with this conservation fund. This fund will allow Deerfield to build open space protection and to build our outdoor recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Christopher Curtis, South Mill River Road. I'm also a member of the Open Space Committee. I wanted to speak in favor of this article. The Conservation Fund, I think, will be really a big win for Deerfield. It'll give the Conservation Commission the flexibility to buy conservation land from willing sellers to protect some of the special places in Deerfield, like our scenic ridges or our riverfronts. It also could provide matching funds to bring in large federal or state grants. Conservation Fund also can receive funds from other sources, for example, gifts or grant funds or other fundraising. So, for example, if someone wants to donate toward land conservation in Deerfield, they could do that now with the Conservation Fund. And just as an example, Northampton raised over $1 million in their own conservation fund from private gifts. The Open Space Committee is working on several projects, including a hiking loop along the Connecticut River and protecting land along the Pecumtuck Ridge Trail, and this fund would help with projects like that. I just want to reiterate that this fund would utilize existing community preservation monies and would not require any new taxes.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Charlene Golinsky, River Road. Just a few comments on this particular article. CPA money is all taxpayer money. 3% of our taxes go towards CPA money when we get that wonderful tax bill. Then we also get some matching funds, and it depends from year to year on the percentage. My question is, the Conservation Committee is an appointed committee by the town, and we have lots of appointed committees here in the town. Will this set a precedent where next year another appointed committee, not elected people, but appointed, where another committee that's been appointed in this town will ask for a chunk of money from CPA if it falls? I know there are 3 parameters, I think, for CPA money. So is this a precedent we want to set where we're allowing appointed officials who are generous enough to give their time, but they're also going to be making decisions for the taxpayers when it's really taxpayer money? And then my other thought is, aren't we taking some more land off the tax roll by selling it to the town? Then we've lost some more money for taxes. Just my thought.
Mr. Hilty, briefly?
Briefly, I just want to correct a couple of things. This is covered under the Conservation Commission Act, which is a general law, Chapter 40, Section 8C. and the commission would not be authorized to buy land. It still has to be under the control of the select board, and most of this is, the seed money is from CPA, and one of its objectives is to preserve open space and recreation lands. So most of this, as was mentioned, would be aimed at doing improvements to Pecumtuck Ridge Trail or those kinds of things. And the really key thing that's really wonderful about this is having this fund allows private citizens to donate money who are interested in conservation of land, and hopefully the seed money will be all that this fund will need going forward.
Yes.
Jeff Brown on Stage Road. I'm on the Community Preservation Committee. I'm the new guy. I came from this historic commission. My understanding is this money would help farmers put their land into agricultural preservation. Is that true?
There are APR programs. So, for instance, if between special town meeting in the fall and the annual town meeting, APR land was, a farmer was trying to put their farmland into APR, in between these two, we could do the APR match, which typically is 10%, and the state funds the 90% to permanently protect or keep farmland in APR, agricultural protection. Yeah. So,
And has this come up before? Have local farmers asked for help with agricultural preservation,
Yes.
and we needed to move quickly to do it?
Mr. Ochi?
yes, we've funded APR 10% for a number of projects, and I don't remember the most recent one, but possibly the Antonellis farm. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion as presented? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 15. So Article 15 is going to be a series of motions from the Community Preservation Act. So Ms. Sylvester will explain a bit, but it's broken down into different categories and sections, and you have to vote on each one. So we'll try to kind of do the best we can to go through those pretty quickly, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. Kathy Sylvester, North Hillside Road. I move that the town appropriate $100,000 to establish a conservation fund to be administered by the Conservation Committee, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $14,000 from the Community Preservation Fund Open Space Reserve and transfer $86,000 from the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues, all in a manner consistent with the proposal submitted by the Deerfield Conservation Commission and Open Space Committee and approved by the Community Preservation Committee, said funds to be expended under the direction of the Select Board, and any unused funds to be returned to the Community Preservation Fund as required by statute.
Any questions? Ms. Sylvester, a brief explanation?
This is really the seed money that we talked about to fund the Conservation Fund from the last article.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Second motion is I move that the town appropriate $136,000 for congregational church steeple restoration and reuse engineering project, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $46,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Resources Reserve and transfer $90,000 from the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues, all in a manner consistent with the proposal submitted by the town of Deerfield and approved by the Community Preservation Committee, said funds to be expended within 3 years under the direction of the Select Board, and any unused funds to be returned to the Community Preservation Fund as required by statute.
Thank you. Just briefly.
This is money, as stated, as an application to the CPC to restore the steeple on the 1821 building, and to do an engineering project study because the floor needs to be brought up to code.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carried.
I move that the town appropriate $4,984 for the Laurel Hill Cemetery Historical Gravestone Preservation Project, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $4,984 from the community, wait a minute, Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues, all in a manner consistent with the proposals submitted by the Old Deerfield Cemetery Association and approved by the Community Preservation Committee. Said funds to be expended within 3 years under the direction of the Select Board, and any unused funds to be returned to the Community Preservation Fund as required by statute.
Second.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries.
And I move the town appropriate $8,850 for the restoration of 30 gravestones in Mill River Cemetery, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $8,850 from the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues, all in a manner consistent with the proposals submitted by the Town of Deerfield Historic Commission and approved by the Community Preservation Committee. Said funds to be expended within 3 years under the direction of the Select Board, and any unused funds be returned to the Community Preservation Fund as required by statute.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries.
I move the town appropriate $5,000 for the preservation, restoration, redisplay of historic tack painting project, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $5,000 from the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues, all in a manner consistent with the proposal submitted by the Friends of Deerfield, Inc., and approved by the Community Preservation Committee. Said funds to be expended within 3 years under the direction of the Select Board. Any unused funds be returned to the Community Preservation Fund as required by statute.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries.
I move the town transfer $47,000 of the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues to the Reserve for Community Housing. General Law, Chapter 44B requires that a minimum of 10% of estimated revenues be set aside for community housing.
So, Ms. Sylvester, as I understand, there's certain percentages that need to be required to
That's
put into
right.
reserve if the
Every
category
year
isn't expended.
we collect tax receipts and state matching funds, and 10% of that money has to be put into the 3 categories.
And that's what this motion is.
And that's what this is.
All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries.
I move the town appropriate $23,500 from the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues for Community Preservation Committee administrative expenses.
All those, any comment?
Yeah, most of this money is not usually spent and goes back into the undesignated funds at the end of the year, what hasn't been spent.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries.
I move the town transfer $204,666, the balance of the Community Preservation Fund 2027 estimated revenues to the Community Preservation budgeted reserve.
This is another reserve fund?
Yes, just whatever doesn't go in those 3 categories, the rest goes into undesignated funds.
All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Article 16, Mr. McDaniel.
I move the town authorize the Select Board to purchase, take, or otherwise acquire easements for the public to pass and repass on the cement concrete walkway for the Elm Street Complete Streets project on the parcels listed in the handout, and to appropriate funds sufficient to cover the cost of appraisals and just compensation for said easements in the amount of $10,000 from Chapter 90 or the Complete Streets or the MassWorks grant awards to the town. Said easements not to exceed 2,500 square feet per parcel, and that the Select Board be authorized to enter into and negotiate all necessary and related documents subject to such restrictions and limitations as the Select Board deems appropriate in order to effectuate said easements. Thank you.
Mr. McDaniel.
This article, let's see, so it allows the Select Board to take easements for the Elm Street Complete Streets project The town is continuing discussions with Eversource regarding relocation of utility poles so that the sidewalk on the south side of Elm Street between the Hotel Warren and the Spirit Shop will be clear of obstruction. This article is a fail-safe in the event the poles are not moved as part of the project to ensure a minimum ADA width of sidewalks by bumping out walkways around these poles.
Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carries by 2/3 majority. Article 17, Mr. Gilmore? Mr. Hilche, I apologize.
This one's easy. I move the town pass over this article.
Article 18. Article 18, Mr. Gilmore.
I move that the town amend Chapter 10 of the Deerfield General Bylaws related to the Capital Improvement Planning Committee as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Mr. Gilmore?
All right, so this is, it says here to establish, we already have a committee, but establish a committee composed of 7 voting members to be known as the Capital Improvement Planning Committee. Select Board shall appoint 1 member of the Select Board, 1 member of the Finance Committee, 1 member of the Planning Board, 1 member of the Assessors, the Town Administrator, who will be a non-voting member, and 1 school committee member. The moderator shall appoint 2 members of the community. The committee shall choose its own officers. Vacancy occurrence shall fill it.
So what are we trying to do here, Mr. Gilmore?
Excuse me, the appointments shall be for 1 year.
And what's the point of the motion? What are we trying to do?
I could take that. I could take it.
Where's this?
Yeah.
Mr. Ryan?
The first part of this is just to make the bylaw less dubious. So we're just getting language that makes it a little bit more clear about how the appointments to capital work. And then for the second part, we're changing a must to a should, which is slightly, I guess, should is slightly spicier than must. Either way, it's not a will, but we're just attempting to make sure that these things get in front of CIPC before town meeting.
Any comments or questions? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 19, Mr. Hilche? Or Ms. Swedlin, I apologize. What are we doing?
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, Ms. Swedlin?
Did we just do 18 or 19?
We did 18, so it's 19 is up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine to do it. I just.
We've got.
Oh, no, she's going back. No, she's coming.
I had you making the motion, Ms. Swedlin. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, I thought Tim was, but I'm perfectly, I think I can read it. I'm not sure.
You got it.
Oh, yeah.
I went up instead of down. No, it's my fault.
I move that the town request the Deerfield Select Board to adopt the zero-emission first vehicle policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you like to explain your motion?
Sure. Right now, the town, when we became a green community in 2011, we passed an energy-efficient vehicle policy. All this does is add to that policy, basically, a consideration of vehicles that are electric vehicles, rather than just energy efficient. It's almost just a wording change because we're expected to consider the most energy efficient, including electric vehicles.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Yeah, I'm sorry. Looks like, do you have a comment?
It's a little disappointing to some of us in the audience today because this article was defeated 7 months ago at the last special town meeting. It actually ties into Article 21, which also was defeated. The purpose is much more than what MA just explained to you for this article. Deerfield, there are a group of people here in Deerfield who are trying to make Deerfield become a climate, I forget the exact title, but a climate community, which there are only 6 in Western Mass that have that recognition. And in order to become that climate leader community, you have to have 6 requirements met. 4 have already been met here in Deerfield. This one is 5, and Article 21 is 6. If that happens, that means a lot more electric buildings in all the municipal buildings. Any new builds will have to be electric, etc. But my point, I can see there's going to be discussion more, but that's okay.
If we can just stick on the point of the article.
I will.
Yeah.
And my point is this: even if we vote down Article 19, it's okay because the police department, the fire department, the EMS department, the school department, the highway department, they can still buy electric vehicles by asking for it. This says you have to buy them. Yes, your article says prioritize.
We're not going to, if you want to just finish up your comments.
All right, I'm just going to read what comes off the website that gives the requirement.
And we're running into a time issue, so go ahead.
All right. All departments in the municipality must purchase only zero-emission vehicles for municipal use whenever such vehicles are commercially available and practicable.
Thank you. If we can, Ms. Sweatland, because you've already spoke, we're going to let someone else speak, but you certainly can respond after there's been some other discussion. Go ahead. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Renee Gripko, Clancy, Meadowwood Drive. The operative word is practicable. We are not required, if this passes, to purchase electric vehicles. They are to be considered, if at all feasible, and this ties in with becoming a climate community leader. We're not being told by the state, we have to do this. We are given the option to do it where practicable.
Thank you. The back mic?
Hello, I'm Ryan Kingston, Eastern Avenue. Appreciate the conversation and the opportunity to talk about the Climate Leaders Program. So this specific article is just about the Zero Emission Vehicle First policy. And I just want to note that from the same website mentioned, state agencies already follow this policy. Executive Order 594 directs all state agencies to look at zero emission vehicles first. Since FY 22, over the past 2 years or so, the state has already purchased 424 electric vehicles for their fleet. And that includes DOT, Department of Conservation and Recreation, Department of Public Health, every state agency you can imagine. I think if the state agencies that have a much bigger operating expense and sort of purview than we do, I think we can meet this as well. And that key word is practicable. We have cars that need to plow. We have state police cruisers where there aren't electric vehicles available. They simply aren't made. So that exemption would be made. We'd be approved for that request by going with hybrids and most fuel-efficient vehicles, which we already do. This is really just a checkbox. It's something we already do to give us, one step closer to achieving different grant programs and different support from the state. So I urge our neighbors to support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. From Mike.
Hi, I'm David Gilbert Keith, and I'm chair of the Energy Committee. And the Energy Committee endorses this proposal. Just to clarify from the website for DOER, the Department of Environmental Resources says the policy does not mandate the procurement of products that do not perform adequately for their intended use, exclude adequate purchasing competition, or require the purchase of vehicles that are not commercially available or practicable. The policy only applies, quote, applies to roadworthy passenger vehicles, pickup and utility trucks, and SUVs. It does not apply to specialized equipment or off-road vehicles. Police vehicles, for instance, can claim the specialized exemption. We are not talking about very many cars. They'll end up saving money. EVs are not only 3 to 4 times more efficient than gasoline-powered cars, but they have about 1/10 of the number of parts. So they save on fuel, but they also save just about half on repair costs. So, in short, the policy says we must consider, not that we must purchase. If EVs can't do the job, we don't have to buy them. If they can do the job, why wouldn't we?
Thank you. You would need to come to the mic to do that, whoever's saying it. The back mic is next.
Some of my discussion was already covered, but one point that was missing was that policy also says this is for, priority is for vehicles under 8,500 GVW. And as far as I know, there's maybe one pickup. All the other town equipment, their pickup trucks and dump trucks and everything else are all over the 8,500 GVW. And as David said, they have to be practical as well, so it's not being forced down anybody's throat.
Front mic.
Yep, Erica Higgins Ross, Greeno Crossing Road. The opposition to this one, blows my mind, because my understanding is that a lot of you are worried about our tax-paying money. I drive an electric vehicle, which I plug into my thing, and I have a solar panel. I'm driving past $6 gas a gallon gas stations, and I don't have to pay. I am saving so much money driving an electric vehicle that it blows my mind that there are people here saying we're mad about our taxes, and our taxes pay the gas bill for the town vehicles. I mean, I'm looking at Chief. I know they already have hybrids. I'm sure they're saving a lot of money driving these vehicles. We will save money if we vote this one in. We'll talk about 21 when we get to 21, but this is crazy not to vote in if you want to save money. Full stop.
Thank you.
Brett Fellows, Thayer Street. Can we get to a vote, please?
So there's been a motion to call the question, so there's no more debate. All those in favor of just taking a vote at this time, we're not voting on the question, just taking the vote. All those opposed, that motion carries by 2/3. So we're going to move to the vote. I'm going to take a quick vote, non-binding, but I just want to get a sense of show of hands before we decide what we need for tellers and things. So the motion is to see if the town will adopt a zero-emission first vehicle policy requiring town departments to prioritize the purchase of zero-emission vehicles when acquiring new vehicles. Departments should first consider the most fuel-efficient option, starting with ZEVs, unless the ZEV cannot meet the department's operational needs or take any action relative thereto. So all those in favor of that motion? All those opposed to that motion? Okay. So we're going to take an actual vote. I'm comfortable making that call from here. So all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Yeah, that motion does not carry. I'm sorry, that motion does carry. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. I have never done that before. The blood is pooling in my feet, so I apologize. That motion does carry. So Article 20.
I move that the town accept the provisions of Mass General Law 59, Section 5K and 5N, and further authorize the Select Board to establish a property tax work-off program. Seconded. Thank you.
Mr. McDaniel?
So this was a citizen's petition, and the select board, it also is behind this, so we took it on and sponsored it as well. We do want to provide opportunities for seniors or people with limited means to be able to serve the town in different capacities and use their skills to bring the help to the town and be able to find a way to work off their taxes. It would be, if this passes, then the select board would come up with a policy. The rough outline is that we would have maybe 10, maximum of 10 people, and I think the maximum is $1,500 of tax work off. So there is still some work in policy to set forth, but it would give people, a way to give back their time to the community, and it's really only if those options are available. If there is a need in one of the departments, they would come forward and request that they would need help with filing, or they would need help with some aspect, and somebody would have a skill out there, would apply for it. So there would be some rules involved, but it would take some time to put together. But we think it's a good, worthy opportunity with not a large liability.
Any questions or comments? Yes.
Denise Schwartz, 9 Pecumtuck Drive. I just wanted to be clear, Trevor, you did a good job describing this. I'm in support of this. I just wanted to make it clear that this is a program for older adults, but it's also a program for veterans, and a lot of people forget that part. It's really helpful for veterans to have an opportunity to do this kind of work, to get to know their town better, same for older adults, and to be much more involved in town government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion?
Pam Predmore, 36 Grave Street. In the past, I talked to someone in Town Hall about this type of program. At that time, I was told it was only for people who needed to do this because of their income. And so therefore, there was an income level under which people could then apply. Does that situation still apply? And if so, why isn't it mentioned in this?
Mr. McDaniel?
I don't think the policy is fully flushed out yet, but we would follow the rules of the, of the legislation that's set forth. So I don't have an answer specifically, but I do believe it is income-based. Yes? No. Julie's nodding her head yes. We're going to check statute to make sure.
No, that would be part of your policy. It's just age-based and veteran-based.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Article 21. Ms. Swedlin, I believe you were going to... Oh, you're gonna go ahead.
Yeah. My name's Bruce Dolan, North Main Street. I'm on the Energy Conservation Committee, and I also work for ISO New England. I move that the town amend Chapter 69 Stretch Energy Code of the General Bylaw by deleting the entire chapter and substituting in its place the Specialized Energy Code for the purpose of regulating the design and construction of buildings for the effective use of energy and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions pursuant to the entirety of 225 CMR 22 and 23, including appendices RC and CC, Massachusetts State Code, including future additions, amendments, or modifications thereto, with an effective date of January 1st, 2027.
Second?
New
Second.
buildings.
If you'd like to briefly explain your motion.
Yeah, of course. Tonight, I'm speaking in favor of Article 21, the passing of the Specialized Energy Code. There are a few reasons to vote yes on this measure, but one of the most universal reasons is money. It costs a lot of money to run a town, and nothing is getting cheaper, least of all our energy costs. We all felt it this winter with the climbing energy bills, and by passing the Specialized Energy Code, we get to raise the bar so that new buildings, only new homes, commercial buildings, and unattached EDUs will be built to a higher, more energy-efficient standard. And in return, we gain access to $1 million of our tax dollars that we have already paid to the state. to use on projects to fight these rising energy costs. This $1 million can be used to build solar panels, battery backups, re-insulate or better insulate municipal buildings, which in turn lowers our annual cost. This means the town can ask us for less tax dollars, use that money to fill potholes, buy road salt, or manage other infrastructure. Neighboring communities like Ashfield, who have already adopted this building code, save anywhere between $70,000 and $90,000 a year. And as we've seen tonight, we could certainly use that money. Think about what it would mean to have the power generated locally on municipal buildings. It means not waiting for local power to come back online to run essential services in the event of an outage. It means cutting the transmission costs for power substantially to our town buildings. It means demanding less of the aging grid infrastructure that people are so concerned with. It also means more resilient emergency service buildings and more comfortable schools. So for all intents and purposes, if we pass this article, we all leave here tonight and tomorrow looks like today. No one comes and takes your insulation. Nobody takes your boiler out of your home. Nobody stands at the Deerfield borders and prevents petroleum products from entering the town. And if you're like 2/3 of the people who are already building homes in the state, you're already meeting the code we have in place today and the specialized code of tomorrow. This $1 million will help us build a more resilient Deerfield. I urge you all to please vote yes, consider your neighbors, and consider how much this could help us.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Hi, John Cunningham, Gormaki Avenue. 2.5 years ago, my wife and I built a new home using the specialized energy code that was in place because there were tax incentives, rebates, low interest loans, and we already wanted heat pumps and solar panels anyway, which are on the back of the house, you can't see them. But I just want to make two things clear to everybody. I'm not saying for or against, but our house right now will not meet the current specialized energy code because it has become more strict over that time, and you are committing to any future changes, and so just be aware that it may keep getting more and more strict than it was for us 2.5 years ago. Our house is still tight, it's great, but it doesn't meet the insulation standards. The second thing I want to point out, just so you have the information, is Chapter 5 in the code. Things that are considered new construction is obviously a new house. It's an addition to an existing house. It's the renovation of any unconditioned space, such as a basement or an attic or a 3-season facility. And those additions then fall under this code, as you'll see in Chapter 5. And if they hit 1,000 square feet, the entire building, including the previous structure, then falls under this code. So I just want you to have the information about what new construction is and how the code can be changed over time automatically so that you can make an informed decision.
Thank you. The front mic.
Okay. I'm Denise Mason, Lower Road, and chair of our planning board. 6 out of our 7 planning board members support adopting the specialized energy code, which builds upon the updated 2023 stretch code to align new construction with the state's 2050 net zero goals and to be eligible up to $1.15 million in state energy grants. So data indicates that stronger energy codes do not hinder housing production. In fact, communities with specialized code have added new housing units 17% faster than those under the standard stretch code. There's no evidence that adopting the stretch code and becoming a green community affected the pace of residential or commercial development in Deerfield over the past 15 years. And there's no evidence to support current fears that becoming a climate leader will harm Deerfield in the future. It does not affect any existing home or building. It does not add new requirements for renovations or additions. It does not ban any fuel type. Oil, propane, and gas still remain options. Well, gas doesn't because we can't get it here. But it does not raise taxes or create new fees. And it does not affect farm buildings built for animals or production purposes. Excuse me. When asked whether overall construction costs are rising, Aidan Maynard, a certified home energy rating system specialist and chair of the Williamsburg Energy Committee, said, absolutely, but energy codes are a tiny fraction of that increase. Lumber, labor, insurance, and land costs have all surged. Let's not scapegoat the building envelope while ignoring the forces that dominate the cost equation. a lot of this is found online under mass.gov, under GOER, and I'm sorry, but I think Mr. Cunningham was confused with some of what he said.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Julie Cavaco, North Hillside Road. I live in a 107-year-old house, and I can barely afford to update it or change my driveway because we're basically on a fixed income. What I'm looking at is that $1 million to help cut the costs of the running of our buildings, because maybe someday we'll actually be level funded and actually get more services. I also had something else to say. What was it? Also, the other thing I want to point out, who are you listening to in this vote? Are you listening to builders and landowners that are afraid of losing money because they have to maybe get less for their property or more for their building, or they have to pay more for their building? Or if you really look at your own budget, could you use savings in the future because things are cut because of electricity? I know that I can, and so I totally support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Front mic.
Yes, Rini Gripko Clancy again. You're going to hear a lot of facts and figures, so I'm going to present you with some new ones. One of the arguments you will hear that it's going to deter residents or businesses from moving into town because they're going to have all these restrictions and it'll increase the cost of their construction, new construction. So I went to town, the assessor's office, and gathered some facts and figures for you and did some rough calculations. If we pass this article, and thank you for passing the EV one, we will become climate community leaders and can apply to up to $1 million in grants. So I went to the assessor's office and got the information about the most highly assessed business is paying roughly $200,000 in annual taxes. So they would require 5 brand new building businesses to get you $1 million. But if you go to a more reasonable business, they're paying roughly $20,000 in taxes. So you would need 50 new businesses, smaller businesses, to total $1 million from tax revenue. Let's go to residential. The highest assessed house is paying roughly $25,000. So you're talking 50 new mega mansions. But if you go to a moderate house, they're paying roughly $10,000. So you do the math, 100 new houses. My point being, it's going to deter $1 million now, or you want to wait and collect $1 million in taxes from 40, that sort of thing. This would go to help pay for the library, for the solar. It's going to reduce our total cost eventually. So I guess that's basically what I want you to understand. You either get the $1 million now and let's spend it, or you wait for that many taxpayers to come in and pay it on the tax rolls. Thank you.
Thank you. The back mic.
Bruce St. Peters from Snowberry Circle. This article was brought to special town meeting last fall. I voted against it along with just over half of the other voters present. Myself, as well as many others, felt that we were tired of the state telling us what needs to be done, as well as the potential for tax increases. I wondered why so many people voted for or against the article, so I started learning more about it. I've come to the conclusion that by voting against this article, I'm only hurting myself and other residents of town of Deerfield. Unfortunately, these grants are presented as a carrot and a stick. The carrot being the availability of the up to $1.15 million in grants if we pass this article, and the stick being the loss of any available grants in the future for energy efficiency upgrades. Voting against this article means a vote for higher taxes in the future due to the required energy efficiency upgrades that will be necessary to offset the ever-increasing energy bills. A small earnest grant match, 10%, that could possibly be paid from income from the landfill solar would allow a payback of that investment in as little as 1 year with the energy savings. Even if we could only receive half of the eligible grant amount, the energy savings would still be upwards of $1 million or more over 20 years. And today's panels will last a lot longer than that. These grants are not funded by local property taxes or income taxes, so there would not be any increases in those taxes. They are funded by the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and Alternative Compliance Payments Program, which is a cooperative amongst multiple states. It is administered by the state, but there is no state money in it. I've been in the construction industry for over 40 years and seen constant updates every 3 to 5 years in codes. And in this case, the state and Department of Energy Resources has set a net zero policy by 2050. They will meet this policy by any means necessary, include making the specialized energy code mandatory at a future date. Voting for this article will allow the town of Deerfield the opportunity to take advantage of receiving some of this grant money. I believe 19 or more communities have recently received grants becoming a climate leader community. Ashfield just has been the latest, receiving over an $850,000 grant. Please vote for the Specialized Energy Building Code amendments before we lose the opportunity to apply for any of these grants. Most of the additional, just addressing the cost of building, most of the additional costs for a fossil fueled house.
Just got about 20 seconds left, just to let you know.
Okay, is in the solar panels, and the solar panels will begin to pave themselves off immediately so that it becomes a wash very quickly on a solar panel house. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Ken Laws, Sand Gully Road. I own my home, and just to answer the obvious questions, no, I did not lose a bet. Yes, I did it on purpose. And Christina at the Dye Bar over on Conway Street, she does good work. I'm speaking in support of Article 21. I want to address some of the concerns that have been raised because the numbers don't back them up. First, the grid can't handle the extra load. Article 21 applies only to new construction. Deerfield built 2 new houses last year. 2. Even if we built 10 or say 20, then the solar array on our landfill, which I don't know if you guys know this, but it's already under construction. I live next to it. I hear them all day. Will generate about 12 times what all those new houses would need every year. Second, it will raise construction costs and slow building. Well, I mean, it depends. Do you want slow building or do you want fast building? I don't know. Everyone's always different. Everyone has different opinions on that. But Northampton and Amherst adopted this code in 2024, and by September of last year, their residential building permits were up 2.5%, and their commercial permits were up 6 to 9%. The data says adoption doesn't hurt construction. So there we go. Third, federal grant funding is too uncertain. Preach. But we're talking about state money, not federal. Some of it comes from that delivery fee on our Eversource bill. Want some of that money back? Here's your chance. In November, Ashfield, which adopted this code, was awarded $870,000 for solar at their wastewater plant and highway garage. That's real money already deposited. They've already got it. They're already working on it. If you're concerned about how much the library costs to heat, here's the solution. Finally, the risks are speculative. The benefits are documented. Ashfield collected nearly $1 million. Let's not be the town that watches its neighbors cash checks while we vote to leave money on the table. Please vote yes on 21. If the environment is too touchy-feely a reason, then do it for your pocketbook. Thank you.
Thank you. Back mic? Back mic?
Sorry, I'm following you. You're a comedian. I feel like I'm the lone wolf up here because I'm the only one that has dared to speak against this. But I am speaking from the heart. The $1 million has been said over and over and over and over and over again. We're not guaranteed that yet. I mean, everybody keeps making it sound like it's coming our way. I hope it does if this passes, but we have no guarantee. And I want to tell you about a little town in Massachusetts which had just the stretch code. And they decided this year at their town meeting, because of their planning board member and several others, that they were going to rescind the stretch code, not the specialized stretch code, the stretch code, because it was too expensive for the people in that town. And they felt the money that they were getting from being a green community was going to be less than the money they were saving to redo their municipal buildings. So there are some towns who are finally feeling the crunch of just the stretch code. Now we're moving up a level, folks. We're moving to the specialized stretch code, which has even more restrictions. And yes, they're on new builds. But look at the people sitting here. We're all not young. And we need young people in this community. Look at our school populations. They're going down. And if we can't make this town affordable because we're trying to be energy efficient, and in my heart, everything I've heard from so many of the people promoting this is the money first, the energy second. And I'm for what's good for the town long term. We need to get growth in this town with industry and with residential property. So hopefully, if this doesn't pass, then we won't have even more restrictions on building. And yes, it is new construction. That is the law. And what I did read, and maybe these people can correct me if I'm wrong, you can only apply for these grants. There are 2 of them. You can only apply once. And even if they're on a cycle, at least what I read today, it says you cannot reapply. So we'll get this wonderful money if it's passed and we become a climate leader. However, we may not see something like this for a while after.
Front, you'd have to go to the microphone. Front mic.
Jim Cambius, Greenfield Road. I'm actually going to echo what the previous speaker just said. We are being asked to make a binding choice for the possibility of getting grants. The grants are not guaranteed, and in fact, as we've seen over the past few years, the state has actually a pretty poor record of giving Deerfield grants that we apply for. So I don't think that this is essentially like buying a really big scratch card.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Roy Greger, Lee Road. Many of you here probably watched This Old House, and I had watched This Old House a while back. And this is right from them, Rich Vesuvi and the rest of them. They were building a house with the stretch codes in Massachusetts, and they said it was going to raise the price of that house 20 to 25%. So if you're building a $500,000 home, you're looking at $600,000 to $625,000. And if you want your kids or your grandkids to build their homes here, good luck.
Thank you. Front mic.
Lily Dwight, South Mill River Road. One of the things I would like to bring up is the fact that multiple consultants, including FERCog, have identified that our zoning is the largest obstruction to building in this town. For example, a $175,000 parcel could be cut in 2 if we fixed our zoning, which would reduce the initial cost of a house by 50%. So I think we are scapegoating the wrong piece of the equation, and there's work to be done. The other thing I would like to say is this building codes are consumer protection. We are protecting the people who move into this town, in their new buildings, and saving them money in the future by having the highest quality energy efficiency. The other thing I did want to say vis-a-vis Charlene's comment about the grant, you get awarded once. You can apply many times, so if we don't make it the first time for whatever reason, we can certainly go back again. And so I would urge everybody to vote yes, because this is the most fiscally responsible response to our budget. Thank you.
Back mic. Thank you.
My name's Miranda Kaduki, and I'm on Depot Road. I'm nervous, so forgive me. I wanted to speak because I think I can offer a bit of a unique perspective. My family's involved in the heating and cooling industry. We have been for 30 years. We're a small family business, and we've resided here in Deerfield and Sunderland for quite a while. With that said, I would consider myself an environmentalist. I also have seen what stretch code and like super stretch or extended stretch code does in communities. I've also seen what just massive rebates can entice people to do. And I think these are wonderful programs. I've utilized them myself. I run heat pumps. I stand to benefit in multiple ways in our business by people going all in on these programs. Financially, it's great. It ropes people in. It keeps them coming back. I'm happy to do any work and any heat pumps anybody needs. However, I've also found it is a responsibility of mine to explain to people what they're really getting into when they enter these agreements, even on a residential level with Just Mass Save. And what it means is there's certain money you're taking and you're restricting yourself from having a certain number of options. This isn't about just reports. It's not about energy specialists. It's not about the big picture. The town doesn't necessarily save money by individuals paying more for what they're installing in their homes. The beauty of all of these programs is that being even a stretch code city gives you a myriad of options regarding rebates, specialized programs, and grants. But it doesn't necessarily preclude you from going all in. If you want to have a net zero all solar home, you're going to be eligible for a good number of programs. And you should. I think it's great. I encourage you to do that. But I also would encourage everybody to consider that not everybody has that luxury. And it is true that if you do a renovation that's down to the bare bones, you are then considered a new build. You need to bring in HERS raters, you need to pay for manual Ds, manual Js, block load calculations. At the end of the day, the person who pays for this is the property owner. It is not the state, it is not the town. So to do those renovations, we're sitting here talking about having eligibility for $1 million or $1.5 million to help pay for the money that we've already spent on energy upgrades. It can be a vicious cycle. Not to mention that overall, I've read up to 55% of our current electricity in the Northeast is provided by gas. I just think we need to look at the big picture and we need to retain options for everybody in the community. Again, I encourage anyone and everyone who can embark on this journey of being more sound and efficient to do so. But the cost of installing and the cost of running all these systems is not a black and white issue. It's a nuanced issue. And I think we all deserve the choice to look at those nuanced options and make a decision for ourselves. And I feel like entering into this agreement with the extended stretch code precludes a lot of people from that option.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Front Mike.
Hi, David Gilbert Keith again, Chair of the Energy Committee. I'd just like to comment on rolling the dice. The Energy Committee has saved Deerfield's electric ratepayers around $2.7 million through our aggregation program. Our landfill solar work will bring in about $6 million. Green Communities grants and utility incentives have paid over $730,000 for projects that save the town $100,000 a year in energy costs already. That's well over $9 million you won't have to pay. Yet many of you seem to believe that we have an agenda to cost you money. We do not. The Energy Committee endorses adoption of the specialized stretch code because it can make Deerfield eligible for $1 million in grants. $1 million in energy projects can save this town another $100,000 per year in energy costs. And we're hearing a lot about our budget. So we're talking about, that's $2 million over the 20-year life of the panels that could be built with $1 million grant. So we're talking about a $3 million savings overall. Many of you say you're in favor of solar, but not on our fields, not in our forests. This is how we pay for solar on rooftops. Climate leadership is good for utility ratepayers because the funded projects reduce demand on the utilities. It's good for taxpayers because it would greatly reduce the town's energy bill. So yes, the Energy Committee urges you to vote yes on this article.
Thank you, sir. The back microphone.
Hello, Ryan Kingston, Eastern Avenue. Heard some previous speakers mention wanting to bring young people to town, and as a recent young person moving to town, I wish that we had a specialized energy code. I wish I could have moved into a brand new, highly efficient building, but we moved into a house that was built in the 1950s, and I'm grateful that the house was fairly well maintained and had electrical infrastructure so we could convert to heat pumps and get off of oil, which was very expensive in recent months. It was a very cold winter. Everyone paid high utility bills this winter because of this phenomenal cold we had. But I just want to say, so I work as a program manager in energy efficiency and clean energy, and I'm voting in favor even though this new code won't affect me as a current homeowner. It probably won't affect most of us in this room either, unless you're planning on building a new building. And as we heard, only 2 new houses built last year. I think we average 5 building permits per year here in town. So it's not that many people that are subject to this new energy code. Yes, energy codes change, all codes change, all technologies change. That's how technology modernizes, and that's how we make sure we're adopting the most recent technologies and keeping our homes as efficient as they can be. So adopting a new code affects a few people, but the benefits come to everyone in this room. We've heard the $1 million grant argument already, so that's new solar, that's more efficient buildings. But I want to highlight that we need to invest in these costs anyway. Heating systems fail in our buildings, we need new infrastructure, we need new lighting. When they break down, we need to come together and pay for those repairs and expenses. Access to these grants brings the cost to the state rather than us as local residents. I think one other speakers mentioned that this is an opportunity for us to claw back money from Beacon Hill. We don't get a whole lot of money from the state as a small town. This is one of the few ways that we can go to the state and get what we deserve, quite frankly. And it just takes us committing to this new code, which, as others mentioned, the state is going to make mandatory in the future to achieve its 2050 climate goals anyway. So we do it now, we get the grant programs, we invest in our town buildings, and we ensure that new homes are attractive and efficient for new residents. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
You need to go to a mic to do it. Front mic?
Evan Grant, Upper Road. Can we vote, please?
Call the question. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed to calling the question? We're going to take a vote on the question. We're going to use the tellers. Tellers are going to count the bleachers in the back section. I'm going to count the front section. Is everyone good with the motion? Do they want to hear it again? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands or ballots. I'm going to do the front table first. everybody. All those opposed?
Who's going to just, we already did this.
I think it. I think it fails by 6 votes. You do? Get wagered on it. I don't know.
I see benefits to both. Just my industry. Killing so many jobs.
The report adopted it. And the problem is our interest rate isn't ready for its decline. Used to a 5-unit building, converted to 5-unit.
I hope that's not what this is all about.
On poles, transform that.
It's not big, not much money, but it really is.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Oh, it's good. I mean, it's not bad. I think that's awesome.
It is. I see benefits to both for sure. We're split in my household.
You sell more windows.
Right? Yeah. Well, it's more beyond talking about that. My worry is that it makes the building so expensive. The only people building right now are very wealthy people.
Well, not unless you're like, hey, people in my neck of the woods are building houses all over the place, no matter what. And they're everything from multi-family to single families.
Yeah.
And even like modest.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You know? Right. And it's starved.
Yeah.
I have a map error. It was 120 yeses instead of 110. 120. I'm double checking my
You
map.
still on 128 on those? Yes. That motion was defeated by 22 votes. Somebody like to come to the mic?
I would like to call for a recount, please, using a paper ballot.
Seven, right? There needs to be, we're just checking whether it's 7 or 10, but there needs to be a, just bear with us a sec. So just to be clear, at this point, it would be questioning the vote. It's not just a chance to just vote again. You would be questioning whether our count was incorrect. And if so, there's been a motion made, and there'd have to be a certain number of people that supported that motion. So is there anyone else in the room who questions the vote? There's a, legal counsel has a question whether there's 7 or 10, but there's more than 10 that are raising their hand. So we're going to move to a paper ballot. Yeah, yeah. There's not an option to do any other than what you voted for, so we have to move to a paper ballot. So we'll start the paper ballots. Yes, you have a quorum. Cassie, can you let us know what we're doing here? So. Hey, control your people, would you?
Good evening. So you've called for an alternate vote, and the team is ready to execute a paper ballot.
Thank you.
Of course. There are 4 ballot boxes this evening and 4 voting sections. The bleachers on the left side row, the right side row, and the bleachers on the right. They'll each have their own ballot box and team member passing out the ballots. Those folks will start at the back of the room and move to the front. Please show your card, your voting flag, to get a ballot. Then you'll be asked to move to the ballot box and vote. Let's do this as quickly and quietly as possible if we can, and we'll get through it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie.
It's not working as it was planned. I don't want to hear anything from anybody other than their rear ends hitting their seats. So let's get back together.
Right?
What's that?
I feel like everybody stays in their seat and get passed it out.
No, I want to get to the vote. Yeah. I'm still seeing people standing. If they can either have a seat or we'll move to the constables to have people removed. So we need to get some control here, and we're not in a good spot. Adam, we're going to disregard everything we've done, so we can just, we're going to go back to the beginning. We're going to take all those ballots, and we'll keep them here, and we'll start. Just. There had been a ballot procedure that had been developed that had a flow chart and people coming up to put their ballots in, and obviously that did not just occur. Not a good moment in our town or for a town meeting, to be honest. So we do need to have a vote. It does need to be by ballot because that's what the motion is at the moment. There needs to be integrity in the process, and we need to figure out what the vote is. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass it, where nobody's going to get out of their seats. We're just going to pass out the ballots, and then we're going to have the boxes come by row, and you're going to place your ballot into them. There'll be a new color ballot, so if you have a pink ballot, you can disregard it at this time. So with that, and everyone's seated, we're going to hand out the yellow ballots, and then we will start with the collection of the ballots. So I apologize that this is taking time, and I appreciate everyone's patience. And we can't do anything about what just occurred, but let's get it right this time. So, I'm sorry? Yeah, are you looking for an answer or an argument, sir? We can't change the process. If people leave, they leave. I can't control that. We're just trying to get a vote. So, for yourself? Yes. Is there anyone that is here that does not believe they've been given a ballot? Okay. So at this point, we believe everyone has a ballot. So now the important part, obviously, is collecting those. What I would like to do is have the bleachers start by coming down to the bottom and putting their ballots into the box. Does that work for everybody? If there's a mobility issue, just raise your hand. Otherwise, let's get somebody with a box over here. Hello? Can we get someone with a box over here? We're going to put one at the bottom of the stairs in these front bleachers right here. And we're going to put one on the bottom of the stairs here. And once that's complete, we're just going to do that for right now. I have a few articles left. There's a couple I believe that are going to be passed over. The options are to try to push through this and get it done tonight or come back for just a couple articles. What I'm thinking of doing is moving on to the next article. The ballots will be counted in front of everybody by 2 individuals. They'll be double checked. And then when we have a tally, come back to that vote. Does that work for everybody? Yes. Okay. Article 22 is a citizen's petition by Mr. Ainsworth. Mr. Ainsworth? I thought this was Mr. Ainsworth. I'm sorry. So there's no motion. So Article 20. There you go. Thank you.
Don't we have to wait for that to be tallied for this to matter?
If you have any, I'll handle the questions if you would like to make the motion. So go ahead.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong paper. If I can read this. We ask the town to rescind the vote of Article 10 of the annual town meeting, April 25th of 2011, by which the town adopted the stretch code, and delete Article 5, Chapter 69, stretch energy code from the town bylaws, or take any action relative to thereto.
Thank you. Is there a second? Could you explain your motion?
Yeah, since we're voting on all the other stuff, I figure why not have all the options on the board? This will drop us the base code, which will keep money in your pocket.
Are there any comments or questions on that motion?
Can we just start there?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
if you have a comment, if you could address the moderator.
Grave
Yes.
Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
This meeting just got really tense.
I'm sorry. If you can just keep it on to the motion. Yep.
I just feel like this motion is coming from a place of us and them, and we're not thinking about what benefits our town. This would mean all that money that keeps being referenced from being a green community, we're giving back. Do you understand? We're giving it back. Thank you.
Thank you. The back mic, please.
Davianitis, Conway Road. I motion we take this to a vote.
So there's going to call the question. It would require a 2/3 majority to call the question, that meaning there'd be no more debate, so you're not voting on the underlying motion, just on whether to vote. So all those in favor of the motion to call the question? All those opposed? It's not clear that it's 2/3, so I think we should just continue debate is all that would mean. So let's continue debate for a couple minutes and maybe call the question again in a minute. If we can just try to keep if it's not abundantly clear to anyone speaking, nobody really wants to hear a whole lot. So let's really focus on some concise points to try to make your point and see if we can sway the room. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me? This is David Gilbert Keith, Energy Committee. You're all breathing air in the Frontier building. The building management system is failing. The building management system takes care of the temperature and the air control and the CO2 management, and it matters a lot. It costs a lot to replace it. It's failing. It needs updating. We have a pending grant with Green Communities that would be $250,000 $40,000 more in mass save incentives, and for $300,000, I hope the people who are voting
If you can just direct your comments at the moderator. Yep.
to vote this down are willing to pay that $300,000, because I don't want to.
Thank you, sir. Back microphone.
Hi, yes, I'm Ann Arman, 371 River Road, and I propose that we adjourn this meeting. A third of the people have left, and everybody's exhausted. I don't think we're going to get accurate, thoughtful responses any further.
Bear with me a minute. Is there a second on the motion? We need to look at some procedural things, unfortunately, so be a moment, but there is a second. Okay, give us a sec.
Y'all really want to come back?
But the next meeting would carry over to May 18th for the remaining 4 articles. One of the articles is being postponed. Actually, two of the articles are being postponed. So there's literally 3 articles left other than getting through this. But so anyway, the way this would work is there's been a motion to continue the meeting to May 18th to vote on those last articles. That would require a majority vote of everybody that's here tonight to postpone to that time. So I guess we can take that vote, and I won't act on it until we have the ballots counted. So all those in favor of continuing the meeting until May 18th? I'm just dealing with a point of order, and yes, you can be the next point of order. Yep. This question would be resolved at, I'm sorry, we were dealing with, but it would have to be, this motion would be continued to the next meeting. Correct. There's been a motion which would have precedent to postpone the meeting until May 18th, so that would take, it would, yes. Yeah. Point of order on the bleachers?
Yeah, if you postpone the meeting, can you revisit a topic already voted at a previous date meeting? So one could ask for a reconsideration vote from a previous topic, so you couldn't be playing this whole thing over again if we do this, if we extend this meeting?
Deerfield bylaws allow for a motion for reconsideration, which would allow a motion that had already been voted on to be brought back. Again, requires a vote and some other actions. It has to be made, I believe, by one of the proponents of the motion, but it could trigger that, yes. So something else to think about. All those in favor of all those in favor of the motion to continue the meeting until May 18th? All those opposed? We're going to keep going. So we're back to Article 22. I believe it's the front mic. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Florence Turchetti, 110 Sand Gully Road. It's my understanding that we're trying to walk back the codes. And I looked up the codes, and the state regularly on a 3-year basis or even less changes the codes. And the present code is almost the stretch code right now, so you wouldn't be walking back much. And in the future, the code will be extended even more.
Thank you. Back mic?
Ross, Greeno Crossing Road. I just want to say that the Finance Committee does not recommend this. I'm looking at my piece. They do not recommend us going back on this code. No financial analysis would recommend going backwards on a code that we are already getting money on and getting money from the state for. That would be financially the most irresponsible thing we could do, whatever we think about the specialized building code. We cannot afford this. Our taxes will skyrocket. Please don't do this.
Thank you. The front mic?
I understand that to be what I understand, but also, how in the world would we pay back these hundreds of $1,000s? We just assigned our free cash to the ambulance, the ambulance service, so I don't know how we would ever pay the money back. So I would recommend that we move forward.
Back microphone?
Charlene Galinsky, River Road. Just quickly, there are three building codes in the state of Massachusetts: base code, stretch code, and specialized stretch code. 50 communities in the state of Massachusetts still use the base code, which is probably what a lot of our houses were built with. The good news with the base code is every so many years they upgrade them, and they've added on EVs and solar to the base code. So they're trying to keep ahead of what the other two codes are presenting. Most of the state, I think it's 244 communities, have the stretch code, which is what Deerfield presently has. And then there are 57 communities in the state of Massachusetts that have the specialized stretch code, which is the one we just tried to have some kind of vote on. But please understand, there are only 6 Western Mass towns that have the specialized stretch code. All the rest are out near Central Mass and Eastern Mass. Look it up. It's there to
We're
read.
voting on the rescinding of the stretch code, and you're talking, so
Okay,
if we can just
and
stay
all
on
I'm-
point. Yeah,
all right. My point is, if you vote this down right now, it means we go back to the base code, which is what a lot of us are familiar with.
thank you. Front mic?
Yes, Ken Cutterback, Stage Road. I'm just up here with a little bit of a historical perspective. This is very similar to when we were trying to pass an elementary school, and we went through 6 town meetings. And I happened to chair the school building committee at that point in time. It's an emotional time for everyone, and we got all done with the vote on finally, after 6 times, the building was passed. And I walked off the stage after it. There were attempts, or people talking about attempting to rescind the vote right there in that meeting. And there was also talk about a potential 7th meeting to rescind the vote. I think if you rescind something tonight, you're establishing a dangerous precedent. And I don't really recommend it to everyone in attendance. If you want to have it reconsidered again later, fine, but I would not heartily endorse a rescission right now.
Thank you. Back mic?
I was just going to call to vote.
Okay. Is there a second to call the vote? Okay, no further debate. So Article 22, I'm sorry, so we've got to call the question, so we need that 2/3 majority to take that vote. So all those in favor of calling the question, so not on the underlying motion, just taking a vote, yes. All those opposed? So we're going to take a vote on the article. So the motion was to rescind the vote of Article 10 of the annual town meeting, April 25th, 2011, by which the town adopted the stretch code, and to delete Article 5, Chapter 69, stretch energy code from the town's bylaws, or take any action relative thereto. All those in favor of the motion as presented? All those opposed? That motion does not carry. Article 23, I believe, is being postponed indefinitely. Mr. Clark? Okay. So we need a second on that?
No, he's postponing, it's his article.
Yep. So we're all set on that. Article 24, Mr. Clark.
I move that the town adopt Article 24 as printed in the warrant, including any budgeting and funding requirements, as well as any changes to the bylaws and town meeting procedures to allow for the same.
Second. Mr. Clark, briefly.
So this is over Article 24. Over the last 2 years, we've had multiple meetings going to recount, including tonight. Each one of those recounts took approximately 20 minutes to complete. During the special town meeting last year, many people even walked out, as we saw tonight. After a lengthy recount on Article 15, leaving before the final article was presented. An official from Long Meadow recently shared that their meeting in September 2025 was a tremendous success as vote counts were collected in less than 1 minute with over 1,000 tabulators on hand. Imagine the time saved over the last several years in Deerfield with shorter meetings. We owe it to everybody in this room, including the parents, everybody else that wants to get home and has to work tomorrow, to start streamlining our meetings. Transitioning to vote tabulators will come with a cost ranging from $13,000 upwards of $20,000, depending on which company that services the town ultimately chooses. With over 70 towns and cities in Massachusetts already adopting this, the change is coming anyway. It's time to start shortening these meetings. And I just ask everybody here, please vote yes.
The back mic and then you. Yep.
So I was initially against this, mainly because of what I said before about, how special this type of policymaking is. Unfortunately,
Anyone wants to raise their hands if they're feeling special?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we had a bunch of people for and against the stretch code vote who are now...
Yeah, so how can you just summarize your position on this motion?
I was just going to say that we have a bunch of disenfranchised voters now, and I think it's time that we move to electronic tabulation.
Thank you. Front mic?
My name is Ava Gibbs. My address is 617 River Road. We have defeated this clicker stuff so many times. The article calls for buying 450 clickers. Today we had 607 residents. Well, what could we have done? Some vote are going to, how are they going to vote? Excuse me, I'm talking. Let's talk about the expense. Everybody here has been talking about every dollar. We've been trying to squeeze every dollar, and you want to spend money on this? This way we cannot see what our appointed and, very importantly, elected officials are into. We are not going to see what our fellow residents are doing. This is a very sacred thing. This is a town meeting. This has been going on for, I don't know, since the beginning of, is it 250 years? Whenever. It's we talk about things and then we vote, and we vote. We want to see and we want to vote openly. I also want to mention in terms of the expense that the expense is not small. These things have lithium batteries. They have to be, every 6 months they have to be signed, they have to be redone. So every time we have a town meeting or a special town meeting, we're going to need more batteries, and we're just going to throw it out. In short, I want to see, and I'm sure most of you do, I want to see how people vote, and I think that we should vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Back, Mike.
John Ross, Greeno Crossing Road. I know this is a revered system, but I don't think this is tenable long term. I don't think this is sustainable. This is not really democracy. I mean, it's great that we can get together and talk, but this isn't the town. This is a very small portion of the town, the number of people who can come here. I don't think we should be trying to put a patchwork to make this work better. I think in the future, we have to expand this to a regular vote in, town hall where the whole town gets to vote. I mean, this is just a small sliver of the town. So it seems silly to spend more money to make this work better. This was great. I know people revere this system where we come together and talk like this, but clearly it's not really sustainable long term, and I don't think we should put a Band-Aid on it. I think it needs to be reformed.
Front microphone.
Motion to vote.
Thank you. Second on that? All those in favor of calling the question? We're going to take a vote on the question. So Article 24, a motion that the town authorize and request the select board to take necessary steps and to rent or purchase 450 electronic vote tabulators and associated equipment, along with any subscription services, if applicable, to be used for voting at all annual and special town meetings, or take any action relative thereto. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? We'd have to count, so bear with us. Did you have it?
Well, I was just, 450 is clearly not enough. I mean, if I want some direction as to authorization to go to 670 or something, 700.
Yeah, and there's no money allocated to it either. In your seats, we're going to have to use the tellers. So all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Olivia, you're going to start. This is the motion. This is the motion to buy the tabulators. Yeah. Yeah. So all those in favor of the motion. The front table's all set.
He's got all the money now.
He might be able to just say, if there's like 300, then 10, that's got to be more than 607. That's got to be.
You're all set on yeses? All those opposed? Article 25. Article 25, Mr. Wolfram. How many votes? It passed by 30. It passed by 28 votes. I'm sorry, yes, 28. Total votes? Article 24. Sure. Mr. Wolfram?
Good evening. I move that the town increase the select board from 3 members to 5 members and take any action that's relative thereto.
A second? Mr. Wolfram?
Okay. I had the pleasure of serving the town for 9 years on the selectmen. One of the biggest problems I found was open communication. By open meeting laws, select board members can't talk to each other outside of the meeting. So by going to a 5-member board, at least 2 members can discuss issues before they get into a meeting, so they won't be completely cold when they come in. The other issues I'm looking at that we'd have greater resident representation, enhanced balance within the board, additional perspective to issues, open communications, as I said, more well-reasoned arguments, greater stability and continuity for the town. If the town approves the going to 5, what happens next is it has to go to the Massachusetts General Court for approval. Once that approval does come back, which typically it will, it worked quite well for Northfield, that did it a couple of years ago, then we'd have a special election where we'd have 1 member elected for either 1 year, 1 for 2 years, and then subsequently it would be 3-year terms.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Carolyn Ness, 10 Old Albany Road. It complicates communication. It complicates scheduling. Have to be sure you have qualified candidates. It's hard now even to find 3. It's extra work for staff, and it will cost the town more money. So I would not recommend this.
Thank you. Yes.
Annette Fannebecker, 8 Baker Lane. I remember when Mr. Wolfram presented this to the select board, and I think at that time, if you could correct me, it was decided that this should go to be studied, to be information. To just vote on this now like this without information isn't right. So I'd like to make a motion that this question goes to a committee to be studied. It goes for information sessions so we can learn more about it. It's so complicated that if we vote now tonight, we don't even know the implications of what it means for us and how we would vote. So that's my motion.
I don't know if are you making an actual motion? If so, it would have to be in writing and we'd have to have it voted on. So are you looking to do that or? Okay. I'm going to put a pin in 25 while we work on this. Article 26, my understanding is being withdrawn. Thank you. Understood.
I think we should just split it,
If FCAT has done an amazing job tonight, sound's been great. We appreciate them, everything they do. And then incredible resource, and they do an amazing job, so we're lucky to have them. So there is a motion to amend Article 25 that states, I move to amend Article 25 to have it referred to a study committee. Is there a second on that motion? Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Back, Mike.
About 10 years ago, the town paid for a study, and they recommended that we have 5 at that time, but the select board decided not to move forward. So we've already put money into a study.
Thank you. From Mike?
First of all, we did not pay for that study. That was something the Department of Revenue did for the town when they were analyzing the town administrator's position. Second, I brought this to the select board almost a year ago, and they said they'd do a study, and they never did it.
Back, thank you. Back, Mike?
Yes, I'm Janet Ward, 2B Tyler Way, and I was wondering if the select board now has, that's up there now, has an opinion on this. Do you feel that 3 is enough, or would you like to see a 5-man board, a 5-person board?
If we can just keep this commentary to whether you want it to go to committee, and then we can come back to that question if it comes up again.
I'd be in favor of it going to a committee.
I would be in favor of it going to a committee.
I would be in favor of it going to a committee.
Any other comments or questions on the motion to amend? So we're not voting on Mr. Wolfram's motion. We're voting on the motion to amend, which again was, I move to amend Article 25 to have it referred to a study committee. All those in favor of that motion? All those opposed? So the motion is amended. So now the motion that is essentially before you is the amended motion. So I know it seems crazy, but we are now going to take any debate on the motion as amended, which is to send it to committee. Is there anyone that wants to add anything further to that? Thank you. So now that the motion has been amended, all those in favor of the motion as amended? Opposed? That motion passes as amended. Article 26 has been passed over. So when I got up to do the last vote, I thought I lost the sticky with the ballot count on it. I was very, very nervous up here for a minute, but I located it. So the ballot count was 211 in favor and 355 opposed. And in terms of people leaving, it was just about the exact same number of voters. So we didn't lose a lot in all of that chaos, but it did swing the vote. So the motion was defeated. So that's that. With that, I move the motion. I move that this meeting adjourn to meet in the polls at the meeting room at the town offices on May 19th at 10 a.m. for purpose of election and votes at the closure of the polls.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion is continued. Thank you,
you
everyone.
all.
Thank you, Dan.